Chapter 2776. Ji Tianxing stared at the green-robed figure expressionlessly, not speaking. This was a divine race youth with a handsome face and a tall figure. This person was more than 2 meters tall, with a fair complexion, a high nose bridge, and a pair of azure blue eyes. A head of dark green hair draped over his shoulders, covering more than half of a pair of pointy ears. Pure white and slender hands had 6 fingers, and the nails were dark green in color. Ji Tianxing thought for a moment. This divine race youth seemed to be from the Azure Forest clan. 10,000 years ago, the Azure Forest clans spread across the 4 continents of the divine realm. They were very prosperous, with as many as 10 billion people. Among the myriad races of the divine realm, the Azure Forest clan once ranked in the top 100. As long as there were forests, flowers, and trees, there was a possibility of seeing the Azure Forest clan. But because of many reasons, the Azure Forest clan started to decline several thousand years ago. 1,000 years ago, the glorious Azure Forest clan declined to the extreme, fading out of the vision of countless divine beings. Ji Tianxing also did not expect that he would actually encounter an Azure Forest clan here. Furthermore, it was a relatively young youth with outstanding talent. His strength reached level 8 celestial deity realm. At the same time that Ji Tianxing sized up the green-robed youth, the other party was also sizing him up. His eyes were filled with praise and admiration. The 2 people were silent. After 10 breaths, the green-robed youth finally clasped his hands and bowed, taking the initiative to speak. "This brother, I'm Zhu Qingqing. Greetings." Ji Tianxing just nodded slightly and did not report his name. Instead, he asked, "Zhu Qingqing, if I didn't guess wrongly, you should be from the Azure Forest clan. Speak, what faction is behind you, and who are you representing to find me?" Zhu Qingqing was stunned and asked in disbelief, "Brother, you actually know about the Azure Forest clan?" He was simply stunned. If not for seeing Ji Tianxing step out of the lightning pool with his own eyes, he would have thought that Ji Tianxing had already been in the divine realm for many years. How could an ascender who just entered the divine realm possibly know about the Azure Forest clan? Something strange. There must be something strange. Zhu Qingqing was filled with shock, becoming even more determined to rope in Ji Tianxing. He bowed to Ji Tianxing again and said, "Brother's insight is like a torch. Qingqing admires you greatly. Brother, you're right. I'm a citizen of the Qinglin clan. Tonight, I passed by this place and coincidentally saw you fighting with Lin Wuji. I felt like an old friend to you at first sight, so I decided to help you. I'm just a wild crane. I don't represent any power." Ji Tianxing glanced at him and sneered, "Ha! Would idle clouds and wild cranes be hiding near the lightning pool and follow me all the way here? Forget it. Since you don't have any sincerity, then we have nothing to talk about." With that, he turned to leave. Zhu Qingqing was shocked again. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Indeed, Ji Tianxing was right. Previously, he had been keeping watch near the lightning pool, secretly following Ji Tianxing here. When he saw Lin Wuji chasing after him, he hid at the side. He waited until the crucial moment to kill Ji Tianxing. He wanted Ji Tianxing to owe him a favor. This way, he would be able to quickly gain Ji Tianxing's trust. But he didn't expect that Ji Tianxing had already seen through all of this. Zhu Qingqing was shocked and embarrassed. He hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Brother, please wait. Please listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that the power behind me is somewhat special. You're so wary of me, how would I dare to tell you?" As he spoke, his figure flashed and flew in front of Ji Tianxing, blocking his path again. "Brother, please give me another chance. I won't hide it anymore." Ji Tianxing looked at him calmly and said, "Speak." Zhu Qingqing tidied his green robe and long hair. He transmitted his voice, "Brother, I can tell you my true identity and purpose of coming here. But before that, I would like to ask you to tell me your name." "Tianxing." Ji Tianxing said indifferently. "Brother Tianxing." Zhu Qingqing cupped his fists and transmitted his voice. "To be honest, I'm from the Origin Returning Association. I'm the External Affairs Emissary of the Origin Returning Association. I'm in charge of rescuing the Ascenders of Blue Mountain City. Other than that, I have another mission, which is to rescue and gather the enemies of the Bloodfire Divine Kingdom. Origin Returning Association? Rescue the Ascenders? Ji Tianxing raised an eyebrow. Zhu Qingqing nodded and said, "That's right. 100 years ago, a lightning pool appeared outside Blue Mountain City. The Bloodfire Divine Kingdom immediately ordered a large number of guards to guard it. Any ascenders who walked out of the lightning pool were captured by Blue Mountain City and forced to work in the mines. After working for 500 years, they would be given a lowly status in the Bloodfire Divine Kingdom. This law was issued by the Great Yan Empire and had been implemented 800 years ago. Moreover, the citizens of the Great Yan Empire are divided into 3 classes. The first-class Great Yan divine race has the highest status. The other divine races are the second class. The ascenders from the lower realms are the third class. They have the lowest status." Ji Tianxing immediately understood what he meant. He continued, "Therefore, many divine races resisted this move, especially the ascenders from the lower realms." Zhu Qingqing nodded and said, "That's right." Over the past 100 years, Blue Mountain City has captured more than 400 ascenders. Half of them are forced to work in the mines while the other half are resisting fiercely. Many ascenders risked their lives and tried to escape the mines. Some ascenders were like you. They resisted as soon as they walked out of the lightning pool. As for the other divine races, not all of them were against it. Many of them muddled through and tried to curry favor with the Great Yan divine race so that they could live comfortably. Only a small number of divine races were suppressed and massacred by the Great Yan divine race and formed a blood feud. That's why they resisted with all their might. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and asked, "In that case, the Greenwood tribe was massacred and formed a blood feud with the Great Yan divine race." Zhu Qingqing explained, "More than 2,000 years ago, there were thousands of Greenwood tribe tribes and millions of Greenwood tribe members in the Great Yan Empire. But now, there's not a single Greenwood tribe. There are less than 100 Greenwood tribe members who are still alive." Ji Tianxing asked again, "How many people are there in the Origin Returning Association? Do they all have a blood feud with the Great Yan divine race?" Zhu Qingqing nodded. "Currently, there are more than 300 of them. More than 60 of them are ascenders we rescued. The remaining 200 or so are all divine races who were persecuted by the Great Yan divine race." Ji Tianxing raised an eyebrow and said, "The Origin Returning Association's base is in the Blood Flame Divine Nation? You dare to go against the Great Yan divine race with so few of you? I'm afraid Blue Mountain City only needs to send 1,000 city guards to annihilate all of you, right?" Zhu Qingqing was stumped by his words. She smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Tianxing, you can't say that. Although there aren't many of us in the Origin Returning Association, we're all elites. Especially our 2 chairmen and 4 great elders, they are all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Of course, our current goal isn't to go against the Great Yan divine race. Our main goal is to provide a safe haven for those who were persecuted by the Great Yan divine race." Chapter 2777. What was a place to settle down? It was just huddling together for warmth. Zhu Qingqing's words were more tactful, but Ji Tianxing was well aware of it. However, he was not interested in the Origin Returning Association, so he did not ask any more. He thought to himself, "I vaguely remember that the Great Yan Empire is located in the north of the Boundless Heaven continent. There are 18 divine nations under its rule. I didn't expect that we would actually ascend to the Boundless Heaven continent. To reach the Qian Kun continent, not only do we have to cross 2 continents, but we also have to cross an ocean. Unfortunately, only godly kings are qualified to leave the Boundless Heaven continent." Ji Tianxing's territory back then was on the Qian Kun continent. He really wanted to go back and see what the divine nation that was loyal to him back then was like now. Were the former disciples, guards, and fans still alive now? However, he was currently on the Boundless Heaven continent. He had to reach the godly king realm before he could cross the continent and the ocean. He had to stay on the Boundless Heaven continent for the next few hundred years. At this moment, Zhu Qingqing saw that he was silent and was secretly delighted. He asked a few questions about the Origin Returning Association just now. Now that he's silent, he must be considering whether to join us or not. I definitely can't miss such a special and mysterious genius. I must pull him into the Origin Returning Association. At this thought, Zhu Qingqing said, Brother Tianqing, you've just ascended to the godly realm, so you must be very unfamiliar with this place. Moreover, you killed Lin Wuji and 5 Thunderpool guards. You're currently wanted by the Bloodfire Divine Nation. No matter where you go, you'll be besieged by the Great Yen Divine Race. I know you're powerful and resourceful. You're definitely not afraid of the Great Yen Divine Race's revenge. But you're all alone after all, and your forces are weak. Your situation is too dangerous. Why don't you come with me to the Origin Returning Association and stay for a while? Not only can you hide temporarily, but you can also familiarize yourself with the situation here as soon as possible. Zhu Qingqing's attitude was very friendly and not arrogant at all. Seeing that Ji Tianqing was silent, he struck while the iron was hot and said, I know that you don't know enough about the Origin Returning Association and are still wary. But that's all right. The Origin Returning Association has never forced people to do things against their will, and we won't force anyone to join us. You can decide whether to stay or leave after you understand the Origin Returning Association. Ji Tianqing declined to comment and asked, Where is the Gui Yuan Association's main camp? Is it safe? Zhu Qingqing thought that he was going to agree and was even more surprised. However, he feigned a troubled expression as he said, Brother Tianqing, you should know that we can't easily reveal the location of our base. Otherwise, we'll be surrounded by the Great Yen Divines. For the safety of more than 300 brothers, I shouldn't have told you. But I felt like you were an old friend at first sight and felt that you were trustworthy, so I made an exception for you. Our Origin Returning Association's headquarters is in the Sunset Sea region, north of the Blood Flame Divine Kingdom. If it was a normal person, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand Zhu Qingqing's kindness and would have to dispel the worries in their hearts. However, Ji Tianqing frowned and asked expressionlessly, Sunset Sea? That was the territory of the Sea Beasts. The Sea Beast clan is the most xenophobic. If the Origin Returning Association associates themselves with them, wouldn't they have long become the Sea Beast's dinner? Zhu Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat broke out on her back. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes as he roared in his heart, What the hell? Didn't this kid just ascend? He actually knows about the Sunset Sea region? He even knows about the Sea Beast clan? This guy is too strange. How can he be a new ascendant? Although she was shocked, Zhu Qingqing's expression didn't change. She quickly explained, Brother Tianqing's knowledge is extraordinary. It's really unexpected. However, Brother Tianqing, you misunderstood. How can our Origin Returning Association associate ourselves with the ferocious sea beasts? To be honest, our headquarters is on an island near the sea. That's the border between the Great Yen Empire and the Sunset Sea region. The Great Yen Divine Kingdom doesn't dare to step into that place, and the sea beasts won't come close either. Ji Tianqing nodded and didn't pursue the matter any further. He looked at Zhu Qingqing expressionlessly and said calmly, I won't go with you to the Origin Returning Association. I have my own arrangements and plans. You don't have to waste your breath. You can pretend that nothing happened tonight. After that, Ji Tianqing turned and flew away. Zhu Qingqing quickly caught up with him and asked through voice transmission, Brother Tianqing, where are you going? This is Green Mountain City's territory. There are Great Yen Divine Kingdom elites everywhere. You'll be surrounded very soon. Ji Tianqing glanced at him and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about where I'm going. I don't believe that. Zhu Qingqing said righteously, The Origin Returning Association's duty is to protect the ascendants who are being persecuted. Brother Tianqing, it's fine if you don't go with me to the Origin Returning Association. However, you have to tell me where you're going. I have a divine artifact that can send you on your way. I guarantee that you'll be able to avoid the Great Yen Divine Kingdom's encirclement. Ji Tianqing glanced at the greenwood compass in his hand and said, I'm going to Green Mountain City. Are you sure you want to send me there? Zhu Qingqing's expression changed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Tianqing, are you kidding? The guards of Green Mountain City and Blue Mountain City are searching for you everywhere. You're walking right into their trap. Ji Tianxing was unmoved. He said indifferently, haven't you heard of this saying? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Zhu Qingqing choked again. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind about something. Then he caught up to Ji Tianxing again, took out a dark red token, and handed it to Ji Tianxing. Brother Tianxing, as the Origin Returning Association's Foreign Affairs envoy, I can't just sit by and watch you die in Green Mountain City. This is Green Mountain City's household registration token. It's registered as a second-class divine kingdom. You can only enter and leave Blood Flame Divine Kingdom cities with this token. If you don't have it, you'll be captured by the guards immediately and sent to the mines for hard labor. Ji Tianxing stopped flying and turned to look at the household registration token. He asked Zhu Qingqing, I've never met you before, and I won't join the Origin Returning Association. Why are you giving me a household registration token? Zhu Qingqing smiled and said, Firstly, Lin Wuji killed more than 10 of our brothers. We have a blood feud with him. Tonight, you killed Lin Wuji, which can be considered as avenging us. Secondly, even if you don't join the Origin Returning Association, it's fine. We've known each other for a while, so it's good to form a good relationship. In the future, if you're in danger or have any difficulties, come find me. I'll still help you. Then, he took out a communication jade slip and handed it to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing knew that if he really needed Zhu Qingqing's help in the future, he would have to join the Origin Returning Association. But he believed that day wouldn't come. After thinking for a moment, Ji Tianxing took the household registration token and the communication jade slip. He bowed to Zhu Qingqing and said, Thank you, Brother Zhu. I owe you a favor, and I'll definitely repay it in the future. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Then, he turned and flew to the west, quickly disappearing into the night sky. Chapter 2778. Zhu Qingqing stood where he was and watched as Ji Tianxing disappeared into the night sky. After a long while, he retracted his gaze and muttered with a frown, This guy is really arrogant and vigilant. He understood that Ji Tianxing was talking about owing him a favor, not owing the Origin Returning Association a favor. This meant that Ji Tianxing had never considered joining the Origin Gathering Association. However, it's normal for a genius with a mysterious background like him to be a little arrogant. I have to report this to the president as soon as possible. I believe the president will have a way to recruit him. Zhu Qingqing murmured to herself. She hurriedly took out a communication jade slip and reported the matter in detail. After sending the transmission jade slip, he entered the vast forest and quickly left. Ji Tianxing flew west. After flying 1,000,000 miles, he stopped to rest. Hiding in a mountain, he took out Lin Wuji's quintessence fragment and devoured it. Lin Wuji was stronger, and his divine power was purer. After refining the quintessence fragment, Ji Tianxing and the Heaven-Mending Pearl each received half of the divine power. Apart from that, Lin Wuji's quintessence fragment had condensed 9 laws. Among the heavenly deities, he was already considered an outstanding figure. After the quintessence fragment shattered, 4 laws were damaged. As for the other 5 perfectly preserved laws, Ji Tianxing had already mastered 3 of them. Therefore, he refined the other 2 laws as well. One was the law of blood flame, and the other was the law of dark flame. They were unique laws that only the great Yen divine clan possessed. In this way, Ji Tianxing had grasped as many as 14 laws. After devouring a sea of divine power, his strength increased by 30%, and he continued to advance toward the 7th level of the heavenly god realm. After cultivating for an hour, he continued on his way, heading straight for Green Mountain City. Along the way, he encountered more than a dozen great Yen divine clan elites. Clearly, they were Azure Mountain City's guards who had been ordered to search for him in the mountains. Naturally, he would not come into direct contact with them and avoided them in advance. The next morning, the sun had just risen. Ji Tianxing left the endless mountains and arrived at Azure Mountain City's gates. He knew that Lin Wuji had sent out a message before he died. The guards of Blue Mountain City and Green Mountain City probably already knew about his appearance and characteristics. If he continued to maintain his original appearance, he might be recognized. Thus, he used the law of change to slightly change his appearance. He turned into a young man who was more than 10 feet tall and had a burly body. He was dressed in a black robe. His facial features had also changed slightly. He was no longer as handsome and heroic as before. Instead, he looked slightly more ordinary. This was especially true for his eyes, which easily revealed his extraordinary temperament. Therefore, he turned his eyes golden as well. His appearance looked like that of an ordinary Protoss, so he did not attract much attention. Qingshan City was huge. The city had a radius of 1,000 miles and was situated on a grassland surrounded by mountains. The weather was pleasant. The 300-meter-tall brown city wall was built with 30-meter-long boulders. It had experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes, leaving behind mottled traces. As they got closer, they could feel the majestic pressure of the ancient city. Ji Tianxing leisurely walked towards the eastern city gate, secretly observing this majestic city. The 99-meter-tall wide city gate was still tightly shut at this moment. On the city wall, hundreds of guards wearing fiery red armor and carrying swords and spears could be clearly seen. Those were the city guards of Green Mountain City. They all had the strength of a heavenly god. The strength of an ordinary guard was between the 2nd and 3rd level of the heavenly god realm. 4th and 5th level of the heavenly god realm could be the captain of the guards. And the city guards Qianhu and commanders were all above the 6th level of the heavenly god realm. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing thought to himself, currently, it seems that only the strength of the citizens of the heavenly god realm has not changed much. It was like this 1,000 years ago. Most people were void gods, the weakest at the bottom of the heavenly god realm. Then there were the large number of true gods who could only be ordinary citizens. Only heavenly gods dared to call themselves experts. They could be the guards and commanders of cities and towns. They were the backbone of countless kingdoms and forces. As for Divine Lord Realm experts, they were usually the lords of a city or the leaders of a sect or gang. Experts above the 7th level of the Divine Lord Realm were even rarer. They could usually rule over a kingdom. Ji Tianxing thought silently as he walked to the city gates. Outside the city gates, more than 100 people had already gathered, waiting in line to enter the city. Most of these people were the gods of Green Mountain City and the citizens of the surrounding cities. There were also a few great Yen divines who seemed to be adventurers or mercenaries. All of them were severely injured and extremely weak. Even so, they did not dare to rush or make a ruckus. They quietly waited for the city gates to open. Apart from that, there was a group of merchants who came from afar. They brought more than 20 heavenly god guards with them. They surrounded 3 bronze carriages. These carriages were pulled by 4 white-winged Pegasi. They were particularly eye-catching in the crowd. After the white-winged Pegasi landed, they waited docilely and did not make any noise. Ji Tianxing was curious. He used his divine sense to probe the bronze carriages. He immediately saw that there were more than 100 crystal balls in the bronze carriages. Each crystal ball was as big as a wash basin. There were many divine beasts sealed inside. There were divine foxes, divine leopards, divine wolves, divine pigs, divine snakes. There were all sorts of divine beasts. Ji Tianxing immediately understood that this group of merchants was in the pet business. Many gods and nobles would buy a large number of pets as mounts or battle beasts. He was about to withdraw his divine sense when a powerful wave of divine sense flashed across the first bronze carriage. Bang! Ji Tianxing's divine sense was hit. He blacked out and his body was paralyzed for a moment. The next moment he was back to normal. Clearly, the other party did not intend to kill him. They were just warning him with their actions. "Sir, don't you think it's rude to peep at others so blatantly?" A clear female voice was heard in Ji Tianxing's mind. Ji Tianxing looked up out of reflex. He saw a graceful female god wearing silver armor sitting on the first bronze carriage. She was a young female three-eyed god. She was half a step away from becoming a divine lord. She was 2 meters tall and had a golden sword hanging from her waist. She was full of vigor. A pair of icy blue eyes could be seen under the helmet. There was also an eye on her forehead that was as clear as a sapphire. When Ji Tianxing looked at her, she also turned her head and glanced at Ji Tianxing indifferently. Ji Tianxing cupped his fists at her without saying anything. It was considered an apology. The silver-armored woman did not pursue the matter. She turned her head and waited for the city gate to open. 15 minutes later, the bell on the city wall rang. Clang! Clang! It's time. Open the city gate. Then, the wide and heavy city gate slowly opened to both sides. Hundreds of red-armored guards stepped out and guarded the city gate with swords and halberds. The civilians at the front of the line quickly took out their household registration badges and handed them to the city guards for inspection. They were waiting to be let in. Chapter 2779. The citizens at the front of the line verified their household registration cards and paid 10 god stones before entering the city. Then, it was the merchant group's turn. A black-robed elder handed a jade archive to the city guard captain. The city guard captain glanced at it and then at the 3 carriages of the merchant group before his gaze landed on the silver-armored lady. Miss Siyuan, are you here to deliver the goods personally again? It's such a long journey and you must be tired. You should rest in the city for a few more days. The city guard captain revealed a smile and bowed to the silver-armored woman, showing respect and flattery. The silver-armored lady's expression was cold as she ignored the city guard captain's flattery. However, the black-robed elder smiled and said, "This batch of goods is very important. Of course, Miss Siyuan has to escort it personally. I heard that there's a big event in Green Mountain City and Miss Siyuan is interested. Of course, she'll stay for a few more days." The city guard captain's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "If Miss Siyuan is participating, then it's a must. I congratulate Miss Siyuan in advance." The black-robed elder exchanged some pleasantries with him before leading the merchant group through the city gates and into Green Mountain City. After the merchant group entered the city guard captain stopped smiling and carried out his mission with a stern expression. A moment later, an elder from the fallen feather tribe was stopped by 2 red-armored guards. Household registration card, 10 god stones. The white-haired elder from the fallen feather tribe trembled as he took out 100 god stones. He said with a fawning expression, "Sir, I'm from Blue Mountain City. I was attacked by ferocious beasts in the wild and lost my household registration card in the fight. Please make an exception." Before the old man could finish his words, the city guard captain slapped the god stone away and ordered coldly, "You don't have a household registration token? Take him down. Send him to the mine to do hard labor for 500 years before his household registration is restored." The 2 red-armored guards acknowledged the order and immediately placed their swords on the white-haired elder's neck. No matter how the elder begged for mercy and even pleaded with tears, the red-armored guards were unmoved and quickly took him away. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, the surrounding commoners did not react at all. It was obvious that they were already used to this. 100 breaths later, it was Ji Tianxing's turn. He took out the household registration card that Zhu Qingxing had given him and handed it to the red-armored guard in front of him. The red-armored guard used a dark red jade plate and returned it to him after inspecting it. 10 divine stones. Ji Tianxing remained silent. With a flip of his hand, he took out 10 god stones and handed them to the red-armored guard. Fortunately, when he killed the 5 Thunderpool guards earlier, he plundered their spatial rings. Those Thunderpool guards were not wealthy. Ji Tianxing only managed to obtain a batch of heavenly god tier materials and medicinal pills, as well as tens of thousands of divine stones. However, this was enough for him to do a lot of things. "Go in." The red-armored guard took the 10 god stones and waved his hand. Ji Tianxing strode through the city gate and stepped onto a straight and wide road. The granite-paved road was very smooth and clean. It was 20 zhang wide and extended all the way to the center of the city. This was one of the main roads of Qingshan City. Red maple trees were planted on both sides of the road. It was fiery red and very eye-catching. Behind the rows of red maple trees was a small path for pedestrians to play. It was 30 zhang wide and beside it were rows upon rows of houses and shops. In the many shops, there was a dazzling array of goods. Divine weapons, armors, medicinal herbs, cloth, restaurants and tea houses had everything that one could wish for. The gods and commoners of various races strolled leisurely, strolling around the many shops. It was very relaxing. Ji Tianxing walked along the road for hundreds of miles. Along the way, he saw hundreds of thousands of commoners and gods. Whether it was the shops in the streets or the tea houses and wine shops on both sides of the road, they were all crowded and surging with people. This Qingyang city was more prosperous than he had expected. Moreover, he discovered that the commoners in the city were carefree and undisciplined from the bottom of their hearts. 99% of the commoners and gods did not wear armor or carry weapons with them. To put it simply, the entire city did not have a trace of chaos. There was also no aura of battle or killing. Instead, it was filled with peace, tranquility, and undisciplined feeling. The divine world 1,000 years ago, no matter which continent it was not like this. Fights, robberies, and killings could be seen everywhere. In such a big city, there could be conflicts at any time. Who would have thought that today, 1,000 years later, it would be so peaceful? Ji Tianxing was secretly puzzled. He was interested and curious about the situation of Qingyang City and the blood-flame divine country. For hours later, Ji Tianxing strolled for more than 200 li and walked to the square in the center of the city. This square was 30 li in radius. Not only was it wide and flat, but it was also built very delicately. It was noon. There were not many people strolling in the huge square. The hundreds of red-armored guards guarding the square also had a lazy and leisurely attitude. Ji Tianxing stepped into the square. His gaze was fixed on the thousands of zhang-tall statues in the middle of the square. In the middle of many squares, there would be a statue erected. This was very common. The statues in the square of a sect were usually of the founder who had founded the sect. In the square of a city, there would usually be a statue of a king or a peerless hero. In this square, there were a total of 3 statues erected. The statue in the middle was the tallest. It was thousands of zhang tall. The carving was lifelike and majestic. Even from 10 li away, Ji Tianxing could see it clearly. It was a middle-aged man with a thin body and a dark face. He wore a black robe with golden patterns. His purple hair draped over his shoulders. His face was as sharp as an axe. Especially his eyes. They were as sharp as an eagle's, as if they could pierce the sky. His hands were as thin as an eagle's claws. There were 6 sharp and narrow wings on his back. His chin was also like a curved blade. It was this black-robed man who did not look graceful or luxurious. His appearance was ordinary, and his aura was somewhat sinister. But he was carved with a dignified appearance. He looked down on the world and was as domineering as the heavens overlooking the earth. When Ji Tianxing saw the statue's appearance, his footsteps froze. His brows furrowed. His eyes flashed with astonishment and killing intent. It's him. It's actually him. Without a doubt. Ji Tianxing knew the black-robed man who was carved with a domineering and dignified air. Not only did he know him, but he was also an irreconcilable enemy. A Jura God King. Ji Tianxing stared at the statue and muttered in his heart. His fists were also secretly clenched. In an instant, memories from 1,000 years ago surged into his mind, evoking endless killing intent. Because back then, the 5 great god kings schemed against him. They joined forces to besiege him and snatch his heaven-punishing array diagram. And the Azura God King was one of the 5. The 5 great god kings gathered more than 10,000 divine lords and allied with various major factions. They used decades to set up a trap before finally killing him. The battle in the starry skies was unprecedented, and it was incomparably tragic. Kenshin perished with hatred. Bright Moon perished. White Dragon perished. 10,000 gods perished. Ever since Ji Tianxing recovered his memories, there was not a moment when he did not think of revenge. Chapter 2780. After a long while, Ji Tianxing's hatred and killing intent finally subsided. He stared coldly at the Azura God King's statue and thought to himself, the Azura God King comes from the firmament continent. His faction's foundation and lair are there. This is the boundless heaven continent. Why would his statue appear in a small, nameless city? Puzzled, Ji Tianxing looked at the other two statues. To the left of the Azura God King statue was a 600-foot-tall statue. It was a tall, dark-red middle-aged man. He wore a luxurious golden robe and an imperial crown on his head. Ji Tianxing knew at a glance that it was a statue of the Great Yan divine tribe. It was very likely that it was the emperor of the Great Yan Empire. He looked to the right of the Azura God King statue. There was a 300-foot-tall statue. It was also a middle-aged man of the Great Yan divine tribe. He wore luxurious golden robes and wore an imperial crown. He held a dark gold divine sword in his hands. The three statues were of different heights and positions. The Azura God King statue was the tallest and was in the middle. It was slightly to the front. The statue on the left was the second tallest and was a body length behind the Azura God King statue. The statue on the right was the shortest and was the furthest back. From these details, one could see that the stature of the three statues differed. At this moment, a Great Yan divine tribe youth dressed in luxurious robes walked over with a jade fan. He had noticed Ji Tianxing long ago. When he saw Ji Tianxing staring at the three statues with a strange expression, he secretly observed him for a moment. At this moment, he came to Ji Tianxing's side and sized up Ji Tianxing in confusion. He asked, "Brother, why are you in a daze? It's not even the day of worship yet, and you're already here to admire the might of great Emperor Shura and our emperor?" Ji Tianxing frowned slightly when he heard this. His heart skipped a beat. However, he remained calm. He turned to look at the youth in luxurious robes and sized him up. The finely dressed young man had a dignified appearance. He was elegant and graceful, and his words and actions carried an air of nobility. Clearly, he was a young master of the Great Yan celestial race. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly in greeting. "Did you mention Emperor Shura just now? May I ask what's going on?" The finely dressed young man was stunned for a moment. He frowned in confusion and looked at him again. Then he smiled and asked, "Brother, are you deliberately pretending to be stupid, or are you teasing me? The statue on the left is the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire. If you're from another empire, it's fine if you don't recognize me, and I won't blame you for being rude." However, the statue in the middle was the incomparably noble ruler of the continent, the Azura God Emperor who looked down upon the 9 heavens. Even the laborers and farmers from the countryside had to recognize His Majesty, God Emperor Azura. How could you not know him? Master of the continent? Azura God Emperor? Ji Tianxing's heart shook as he muttered to himself. 1,000 years have passed, and the Azura God King actually took control of the Boundless Heaven continent and became the Master of Boundless Heaven? How is this possible? This is too preposterous. 1,000 years ago, there were countless God Kings, empires, and super forces on the 4 continents. There has never been a God King or a force that could unify the entire continent. The Azura God King, how is this possible? Ji Tianxing found it hard to believe. He calmed himself down and asked the finely dressed young man, "Brother, I've only heard that the strongest person on the continent was called a God King. When was there such a thing as a God Emperor? Could it be that the Azura God King proclaimed himself the God Emperor after unifying the Boundless Heaven continent?" The finely dressed young man's expression became even stranger when he heard this. He looked Ji Tianxing up and down a few times before asking in a low voice, "Brother, tell me the truth. Did you lose your memory? Or are you saying that you've been cultivating in seclusion for over 900 years and know nothing about the changes on the continent? You're lucky to have met me today. If you had said this to anyone else, you would have been thrown into prison long ago. To dare blaspheme the Azura God Emperor's divine might like this is a capital offense that requires beheading." Ji Tianxing hurriedly nodded and said with a voice transmission, "Brother indeed has discerning eyes like torches and is warm-hearted. I'm very grateful. Truth be told, I mistakenly barged into a mystic realm many years ago and suffered heavy injuries, almost losing my life. A few days ago, I just escaped by a fluke, but I lost my past memories. Currently, I'm muddle-headed and feel unfamiliar with everything around me. I'll have to trouble brother to tell me, lest I inadvertently offend the divine might and invite a fatal disaster." Only then did the finely dressed young man come to a realization and repeatedly nodded his head as he said, "So that's how it is. No wonder I saw that your expression was odd, with a blank look. Oh, right, do you have a household registration in your country?" Ji Tianxing was just about to nod his head in agreement when the finely dressed young man waved his hand and said, "No need to mind. This young master was just asking casually. Even if you don't have a household registration, with this young master here, no one dares to check you either." Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked with cupped fists, "May I ask who this brother is?" The finely dressed young man waved his jade fan, puffed out his chest and said proudly, "This young master's surname is Qi Huanji. People call me Fair-Faced Flying Dragon. Also, the number 1 rich young master of Green Mountain City, the number 2 genius of Green Mountain City, the owner of the great Sun Scarlet Flame Sword, Philanthropist Qi, is also this young master. Your title is really long." Ji Tianxing muttered in his heart, but on the surface he put on a long-awaited expression and said, "So it's young Master Qi. You're indeed a dragon among men, a young genius." Qi Huanji was flattered and enjoyed Ji Tianxing's words. The smile on his face became even more amiable. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, could see clearly that although this person had the strength of a 9th-level celestial god, he was a hedonistic rich young master and might not be very capable. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and exchanged identities. They could be considered acquaintances. Qi Huanji was usually idle and indulged in wine and women. In recent days, for some reason, he could no longer be ostentatious and did not want to stay in his residence. Thus, he came out to relax. Coincidentally, he met such an interesting person like Ji Tianxing. Thus, he warmly invited Ji Tianxing to the Star Moon Pavilion. The Star Moon Pavilion was one of the top restaurants in the city. Only the rich and powerful could enter it. Qi Huanji brought Ji Tianxing into the Star Moon Pavilion. Not only did the waiters receive them respectfully, but even the shopkeeper welcomed them with a smile and flattered him. Not long after, Qi Huanji led Ji Tianxing to the 3rd floor and entered his exclusive VIP room. After the fine wine and delicacies were served, Qi Huanji began to explain the matter of the Azura God Emperor. "Brother Tianxing, you have to listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Don't spread it out after you hear it, or you'll attract trouble. 8,000 years ago, the strongest person in our great Yan Empire, or even the entire Golden Mountain region, or even the entire boundless heaven continent, was a peak godly king. However, 1,000 years ago, the Azura God Emperor understood the secrets of heaven and broke through the godly king realm to reach an even more unfathomable realm. Thus, the Azura God Emperor was known as the God Emperor. He easily defeated all the godly kings and only used 100 years to unify the entire boundless heaven continent. Since then, the Azura God Emperor ruled the boundless heaven continent. He issued many oracles and formulated a series of laws. Chapter 2781. Qi Huanji drank a few cups of wine and was in a good mood. He explained the origin of the God Emperor's name to Ji Tianxing without stopping and in great detail. Of course, he had not lost his mind and did not dare to openly discuss the Azura God Emperor's past. In order to prevent the walls from having ears, he spoke to Ji Tianxing through telepathy. The God Kings and overlords of the various domains have all submitted to the Azura God Emperor. The Azura God Emperor's hundreds of laws have also been carried out by the overlords of the various domains. Because of this, the entire continent has become peaceful and there has been no war for 900 years. In addition, the Azura God Emperor has also issued a decree to erect statues of him in all the countries and cities. On a certain day every month, all the cities and cities will hold a pilgrimage ceremony and all the citizens will worship him devoutly. Not only his statues, but the statues of the emperors of the various empires and god nations will also be worshipped. Qi Huanji gave him a brief rundown of what he knew. Ji Tianxing listened in silence. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was in turmoil. The Azura God King has broken through the God King realm and understood the mysteries of heaven? He has taken the final step to disrupt the mysteries of heaven and interfere with the will of heaven? It must be the eternal heavenly book. I have the heaven vanquishing formation, and those 5 bastards have the eternal heavenly book. The Azura God King has comprehended an even more profound law from the eternal heavenly book. That is how he was able to take the final step. Ji Tianxing believed that only the eternal heavenly book and the heaven vanquishing formation could help the Azura God King break through his limits and reach a higher realm. This was because both the eternal heavenly book and the heaven vanquishing formation were supreme treasures from supreme ruins. Moreover, both supreme treasures were part of the same body. The eternal heavenly book was the first half and the heaven vanquishing formation was the second half. When Kenshin had obtained the heaven vanquishing formation, he had been besieged by the 5 god kings and countless other gods before he could comprehend the mysteries within. Ji Tianxing didn't know what happened after that and what changes the god world had undergone. However, after listening to Qi Huangji's story, Ji Tianxing could roughly guess what had happened. Azura God King, Azura God Emperor. In that case, the backer of the heaven punishers, the godly king who called himself the God Emperor, could be the Shura God Emperor? He unified the boundless heaven continent and became the overlord of the continent. However, he was not strong enough to fully comprehend the eternal heavenly scripture. Therefore, he issued an order for all the cities and towns on the continent to build a statue of him and worship him every month. In this way, he can harvest the power of faith of the entire boundless heaven continent and continuously increase his strength. Ji Tianxing pondered silently and vaguely guessed the truth. Murderous intent surged in his heart, and there was a hidden coldness in his eyes. However, he hid it very well, and Qi Huangji, who was beside him, did not notice. After Qi Huangji finished speaking, he asked again, "Young Master Qi, I heard that the God world has 3 other continents besides the boundless heaven continent. I wonder if the situation of the other 3 continents is the same as the boundless heaven continent. Have they also been unified? If that's the case, which God Emperor are the overlords of the other 3 continents?" Ji Tianxing guessed that the Azura God King had broken through to the God Emperor level. The other 4 godly kings who had besieged him might have also taken the last step and called themselves God Emperor. Unexpectedly, Qi Huangji looked at him blankly and asked doubtfully, "There are 4 continents in the God world? Who told you that? Isn't this nonsense? Are those storytellers making up stories to cheat you out of your money? I only know that the boundless heaven continent is so vast that it's unimaginable. There are close to 100 regions on the continent, and our Golden Mountain region is only one of them. There are 8 empires in the Golden Mountain region, and each empire has more than 10 god nations. Our Bloodfire God Nation is one of the Great Yen Empire's vassal states. I don't even know how big the Bloodfire God Nation is, let alone the entire Great Yen Empire." At this point, Qi Huangji raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. He said proudly, "Brother Tianxing, I have a very big dream. Do you want to know?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, "I'd like to hear the details." Qi Huangji was slightly drunk. He held his head high and said, "My biggest dream in this life is to be able to travel all over the Golden Mountain region, the 8 empires, and get to know the heroes of the world." Brother Tianxing, are you envious? Are you shocked? The territory of the Golden Mountain region is vast and boundless. Without the strength of a divine lord and sufficient wealth, it's impossible to travel all over. Only someone with my status can have the chance to realize this dream. Ji Tianxing fell silent. He had wanted to ask about the other continents, but he did not expect Qi Huangji to be so ignorant. Traveling through the entire Jinshan domain was his lifelong wish and dream. This was simply hilarious. Of course, Ji Tianxing had been a peak divine king in his previous life. He had traveled all over the 4 continents and the divine world. His experience and knowledge were only comparable to that of a peak divine king. A person like Qi Huangji was just a rich young master from a remote village. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Ji Tianxing knew what Qi Huangji was thinking, so he did not say anything. Next, Qi Huangji told him the story of the Great Yen Empire and the Bloodfire God Nation. In the past few hundred years, Qi Huangji had exaggerated the deeds and major events that had been circulating among the people. Ji Tianxing listened quietly and did not comment. 2 hours later, Qi Huangji was getting more and more drunk, and he stopped talking. He patted Ji Tianxing's shoulder and said proudly, "Brother Tianxing, I'm not in a good mood today, but I met such an interesting person like you. Thank you for drinking with me. I'm in a much better mood now. You've just arrived and you've lost your memory. If you don't have anyone to rely on and have nowhere to go, why don't you come back to the Qi residence with me? Anyway, I'm a generous person and love to make friends with people with special abilities from all over the world. By the way, how strong are you? If you're a level 6 heavenly god, I'll arrange a job for you. I guarantee that you'll be respected in Green Mountain City." Ji Tianxing cupped his hands and politely declined his invitation. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Qi, but I'm not in a position to impose." Qi Huangji thought for a while and took out a bag of divine stones. "You don't even have a place to stay in Green Mountain City. Take these divine stones. It'll be convenient for you to eat and stay in the city. If you encounter any difficulties, come to the Qi residence to look for me." Ji Tianxing smiled and shook his head. "Thank you, Master Qi, but I can't accept a reward without any effort. Please take it back. I plan to stay in the Star Moon Pavilion for a few days to settle some things first." Qi Huangji looked at him deeply before taking back the bag of divine stones. He nodded and said, "Not bad, you're an interesting person. You can stay here for now. No one will dare to make things difficult for you if you mention my name. I'll take my leave first. I still have to serve that iceberg lady when I get back. Sigh, what a tough life." Chapter 2782. Qi Huangji shook his head bitterly and left, reeking of alcohol. When he reached the lobby on the first floor, he didn't forget to ask the manager to prepare a good room for Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing sat alone in the VIP room, still thinking about what Qi Huangji had said. The blue-robed manager came in person and took Ji Tianxing to the guest room. The Star Moon Pavilion was large and luxurious. Obviously, it had a powerful background. The 3-story building facing the street was just a place to drink tea and drink. The guest room was in the backyard. There was a palace and 2 courtyards, all of which were protected by a divine formation. The manager led Ji Tianxing into the Qiulan courtyard. The courtyard with a radius of 100 meters was clean and elegant, decorated beautifully. Not only that, but there were also 4 guards, 2 maids, and a coachman in the courtyard. Ji Tianxing had asked the manager and found that it would cost 3,000 divine stones a day to stay in this courtyard. That was a sky-high price. Normal celestial gods couldn't afford it. Ji Tianxing killed Lin Wuji and the 5 Thunderpool guards, took their interspatial rings, and got more than 20,000 divine stones. This could be considered as a small fortune. However, he was only able to pay for 8 days of stay in the Star Moon Pavilion. Ji Tianxing only mentioned when he would pay for the room. The manager bowed at once and said with a smile, "Mr. Tianxing, you must be joking. You are Mr. Qi's friend. How dare we charge you?" Obviously, Ji Tianxing had counted all the money for the room on Qi Huangji's head. This made Ji Tianxing secretly surprised. Was Qi Huangji really a tycoon? He asked around and found out from the shopkeeper that the Qi family was indeed the wealthiest family in Qingshan City. The Qi family was in the pet business and their network was spread across half of the Bloody Blaze divine nation. They were indeed rich. Qi Huangji was the young master of the Qi family. He wasn't interested in cultivation or business, but he was obsessed with traveling the world. However, the rules of the Qi family were very strict. The family master was strict and rigid. Qi Huangji had no chance to leave Qingshan City unless it was something important. Therefore, Qi Huangji was very generous and hospitable to the adventurers, wanderers, and eccentrics who came from afar. After learning this information, Ji Tianxing roughly understood that Qi Huangji was a free, undisciplined, and unambitious dandy. Fortunately, this foppish young master's nature wasn't bad, and he wasn't annoying. After settling Ji Tianxing down, the shopkeeper took his leave and left Qiulan courtyard. 2 slender and enchanting maidservants of the Fox God clan entered the room, preparing to help Ji Tianxing undress and bathe. Ji Tianxing waved his hand to dismiss them and entered the secret room to practice alone. There were several divine formations set up in the 10-meter square secret room. If one cultivated here, they would not be disturbed. Ji Tianxing summoned the ninth heaven 10 absolutes pagoda and summoned Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others. Sush, 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 sush. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Ji Wushuang, White Dragon, Qian Yu, and Black Dragon appeared in the secret room. The secret room was not big to begin with, and it looked a little cramped. Little fox, shrink your body. You're squeezing us. Black Dragon, curl up. Your tail is poking me. White Dragon glared at Qian Yu and Black Dragon, then growled in a low voice. After Qian Yu shrank into a watermelon-sized furball, Black Dragon curled up his body, and the secret room became a little more spacious. White Dragon couldn't wait to ask, "Master, have we left the lightning pool?" "Where are we?" Yun Yao looked at Ji Tianxing and asked, "Tianxing, did you run into any trouble when you left the lightning pool?" Ji Ku asked, "Brother Tianxing, have you settled down? Which continent are we on?" Ji Tianxing raised his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. He said calmly, "Don't worry, everyone. Although something happened when I left the lightning pool, I'm safe now." Then he told everyone what happened after he left the lightning pool. After everyone heard what he said, they felt that it was a close call and started discussing. "I didn't expect the great Yen celestial tribe to be so despicable. They actually took the resources of the Ascenders and sent them to the mines to do hard labor. Blue Mountain City's guards are searching for Brother Tianxing everywhere. We're not far from here, and it's dangerous. Old Ji is lucky to have met Zhu Qingqing and young Master Qi. That's how we settled down in Green Mountain City. Master, how long do you plan to stay in Green Mountain City?" Ji Tianxing said calmly, "The heavenly realm now is no longer the heavenly realm of the past. The Azura God King saw through the secrets of the heavens and took the final step to break through to the God Emperor realm. Now, he rules the entire boundless heaven continent and has set strict rules. He even forces the people of the world to worship him regularly and provide him with power of faith. It's clear that he's plotting something. On the boundless heaven continent, all divine nations have a household registration system. Without a household registration card, it's difficult to move around. At any time, you might be captured and sent to the mines to do hard labor. That's why we'll stay in Green Mountain City for a while. At the very least, I have to get you a household registration card so you can have a legal identity. Also, I suspect that the Azura God Emperor is the backer of the Heaven Punishers. No matter if it's old or new, I must settle it with him. I must kill him for revenge." Ji Ku frowned and thought for a moment. Then he asked doubtfully, "Brother Tianxing, we're weak now. We don't have the right to take revenge at all. We have to lie low and wait until we're strong enough to take revenge on the Azura God Emperor. Also, when the God King's clone descended to the mortal realm, the divine abilities and power attributes he used were not like the Azura God Emperor's. I think that the Heaven Punisher's backers might be the other God Kings." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, "I've also thought about this question, but I can't confirm the answer for now. I even suspect that the other peak God Kings have also broken through to the God Emperor realm and ruled other continents. However, with our current strength, we can't leave the boundless heaven continent, let alone cross the sea and go to other continents. Therefore, we can only stay in the boundless heaven continent and slowly plan and investigate the truth." Everyone nodded in agreement. Yun Yao said, "Tianxing, we all support your decision. This is the northernmost part of the boundless heaven continent. The terrain is very remote. If we accumulate strength here, we won't be noticed by the Azura God Emperor. We're not afraid of him seeing through our identities. The most important thing now is that we have to get a household registration card as soon as possible so that we can move freely. Tianxing, what are your plans?" Ji Tianxing said in a low voice, "If we want to develop steadily, we have to hide our identities and erase all traces of the past. There are 7 people who have seen my real face and know that I'm an Ascender. I killed Lin Wuji and the 5 Thunderpool guards. Only Zhu Qingqing is still alive. Also, he saw me kill Lin Wuji with his own eyes. He will definitely guess that I have the Heavenly Dao's opportunity. No matter what, I can't join the Origin Returning Association. I won't have any contact with them in the future. Even the household registration card in my hands must be replaced as soon as possible. When I entered Qingshan City, I had already changed my appearance. I looked like an ordinary god race member. This way, I won't attract attention. Next, I plan to use Qi Huanji to change our identities. Chapter 2783. 2 hours later, everyone finished their discussion. Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others hadn't obtained their household registration cards yet, so they couldn't show up for the time being. They returned to the Nine Heavens 10 Absolutes Tower and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Ji Tianxing walked out of the secret room and left the autumn orchid courtyard alone. He strolled in Green Mountain City, secretly observing the city with his divine sense to understand the layout and situation. At the same time, he was also silently collecting all kinds of information. There was information about Green Mountain City, the city lord's mansion, the city guards, and the major families in the city. When night fell, Ji Tianxing returned to the Star Moon Pavilion and entered the autumn orchid courtyard. Through an afternoon of investigation, he collected a lot of useful information. In Green Mountain City, the city lord's mansion was undoubtedly the overlord. The current city lord was a divine lord. Because he rarely acted in the past few hundred years, his realm was unknown. In addition, there were 2 other divine lords in the city lord's mansion. Their strength was between the first and second level, and they were the deputy city lord and the superintendent of the city guards. Second only to the city lord's mansion were the 5 major families. Among them was the Qi family, which was mainly involved in the pet business and had a network of connections in more than 40 cities. The current family head, Qi Tianlong, broke through to the divine lord realm 10 years ago. The Qi family was developing rapidly and had strong financial resources. The other 4 major families were all noble families with thousands of years of history. In terms of financial resources, they were naturally inferior to the Qi family, but their backers and forces were more powerful. In addition, Ji Tianxing also found a very important piece of information. 3 days later, a grand event would be held in Green Mountain City. The city lord's mansion took the lead and the 5 major families jointly organized a martial arts competition in the city square. The 6 major forces would each send 2 young geniuses, and the winner would be determined in a martial arts competition under the witness of all the people in the city. The force with the highest ranking would obtain the 10-year use of the Dark Light Cave. This was a grand event that was held once every 10 years, and it attracted the attention and discussion of the entire city. Millions of commoners were discussing this matter in secret, discussing which genius was stronger and had the highest chance of winning. When Ji Tianxing heard this news, he was still a little confused. So, he asked the people and understood the whole story. The cause of this matter had to be explained 70 years ago. 800,000 kilometers to the north of Qingshan City was the Sea of the Setting Sun. 70 years ago, several experts from the Qi family and the Qi family were hunting for mythical beasts in the coastal waters of the Setting Sun Sea region and accidentally discovered a mysterious island. Several experts entered the isolated island and chased after the 2 divine beasts. They unintentionally entered a mysterious cave. As a result, the strength of the 2 divine beasts increased dramatically in the cave, killing and injuring several experts. Only 2 experts were still alive. They hurriedly retreated from the mysterious cave and sent a request for help to their respective families. The experts from the Qi clan and Qi clan rushed to the isolated island and started investigating the mysterious cave. They successfully captured 2 divine beasts and discovered a secret. Inside that mysterious cave, there were not only colorful profound lights, but also incomparably rich divine stones and metal ores. However, there were several powerful divine beasts in the cave, as well as several monarch-grade divine formations of the Sea Beast clan. The Qi family and the Qi family did not have any divine lord experts. After paying a huge price, they were still unable to occupy the cave. Thus, they secretly found the city lord's mansion and asked for help. If they successfully occupied the cave, the 3 forces would divide the divine level stone and divine gold mines equally. However, the 2 divine lords sent by the city lord's mansion also suffered great losses one after another. When the news spread, the other 3 great families also came out in full force and rushed over to help. Hence, The 6 great forces joined forces and each displayed their abilities. They racked their brains and methods before killing the divine beasts in the cave and cracking the divine formations left behind by the Sea Beast clan. After the 6 great forces occupied the mysterious cave, they named it Mystic Light Cave. However, they were unable to come to an agreement on the issue of resource distribution. The various forces put forward various conditions, wanting to obtain more resources and treasures. In the end, the city lord made the final decision. Every 10 years, the 6 great forces would conduct a martial arts competition. Whoever won would be able to control the Mystic Light Cave for 10 years. For the sake of fairness, Divine Lord Realm experts were not allowed to participate. Only young disciples below the Divine Lord Realm and within 1,000 years old were qualified to participate in the martial arts competition. This compromise received the approval of the several great families. But the following 60 years made the 5 great families so depressed that they vomited blood. The City Lord's mansion won all 6 martial arts competitions in a row. There was no choice. The City Lord's son was seriously too strong. He had long reached the half-step Divine Lord realm. The young disciples of the 5 great families were all defeated under his sword. Hence, the City Lord's mansion suppressed all heroes. In these 70 years, it had always been the City Lord's mansion occupying the Mystic Light Cave, wantonly extracting the divine stones and resources inside. The 5 great families burned with anxiety when they saw this, jealous until their eyes turned red. But they could not violate the agreement and could only fiercely drill their family disciples. The 5 great families were all looking forward to the next martial arts competition. Their family disciples could defeat the City Lord's son and seize back the Mystic Light Cave. In another 3 days' time, it would be the 7th martial arts competition. Ji Tianxing immediately understood. No wonder Qi Huangji was in a bad mood and came out alone to relieve his boredom. Although Qi Huangji has 9th level celestial deity strength, he's also pulling up seedlings to help them grow, his foundation weak. With his combat strength, facing off against a half-step Divine Lord Realm expert, he'll definitely be defeated in less than 10 moves. Ji Tianxing secretly pondered and had an idea very soon. However, he could not take the initiative for this matter. He had to get Qi Huangji to speak first, then he would seize the opportunity to take action. Only then could the plan go smoothly. Hence, he meditated and cultivated in the hidden chamber, waiting silently. Without his orders, the guards and 2 maids did not dare to disturb him. Before he knew it, a whole day had passed. No one stepped into Qiulan courtyard. It was time for the evening lights to be lit again. Ji Tianxing was still cultivating in the hidden chamber, not in a hurry at all. Time passed silently. For hours later, it was late at night. Suddenly, the guard's voice came from outside the hidden chamber. Reporting to young Master Tianxing, an important guest has come to visit. Hearing the guard's report, Ji Tianxing opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He's really here. He did not know anyone in Qingshan City. Other than Qi Huangji, who else would come to visit him? Hence, Ji Tianxing got up and left the hidden chamber, walking toward the living room. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw Qi Huangji sitting at the table, looking dejected and depressed. Qi Huangji was holding a wine cup and drinking by himself, while 2 maids of the Divine Fox clan were massaging his shoulders and legs. Ji Tianxing greeted him with a smile and asked knowingly, "Young Master Qi, what brings you here so late at night?" Qi Huangji gestured for him to sit down and poured him a cup of wine, saying, "The night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. Since I have nothing to do, I came to visit Brother Tianxing and have a drink with you." Ji Tianxing held the wine cup but did not drink. He smiled and said, "Looking at your worried face, you must have something on your mind. I'm curious, what in Qingshan City can make young Master Qi so anxious?" Chapter 2784. Qi Huangji was also an interesting person. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be close friends with Ji Tianxing, nor would they confide in him. At most, they would say a few perfunctory words and wouldn't tell him the real reason. Of course, most people wouldn't ask Ji Tianxing to stay in Qiulan courtyard after meeting him. It was too expensive. Qi Huangji put down his wine cup and stared straight at Ji Tianxing. Brother Tianxing, do you really want to know the reason? Ji Tianxing maintained his smile and nodded. Qi Huangji hesitated for a moment, then dismissed the two maids. When only he and Ji Tianxing were left in the living room, he lowered his voice and said, Brother Tianxing, let me ask you a question first. If your parents love you very much, but they force you to do something impossible, what will you do? Ji Tianxing said without hesitation, as long as you dare to think and do it, there's nothing impossible in this world. Qi Huangji was stunned for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up. Brother Tianxing, you're really an interesting and special person. However, I really can't do it. You know Yuan Jie, right? He's the eldest son of the Qingshan city lord, our young lord. He was born more than 90 years after me, but he became a half-step divine lord 80 years ago. My father forced me to defeat him, or I would have to marry into the Sky Snow City's Ning family and marry that iceberg Ning Xiyuan. Marry into the Sky Snow City's Ning family? Marry that iceberg? Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Isn't it funny? Qi Huangji said with a bitter smile on his face. Everyone in Qingshan City thinks it's hilarious and absurd. It's so ridiculous, but my parents agreed to it. When I was 10 years old, my father set up a marriage agreement with the Ning family. That iceberg is in my house. My parents treat her like the apple of their eye, but they give me the cold shoulder. I have a home that I can't go back to. After Qi Huangji finished speaking, he poured 3 more cups of wine and drank them all in one gulp. Perhaps he felt that the wine cup was too small to satisfy his craving, so he picked up the wine pot and was about to pour it into his mouth. Ji Tianxing reached out and pressed down on the wine jug. He restrained his smile and asked seriously, Young Master Qi, getting drunk can solve 1,000 worries, but it can't break your engagement with Miss Ning. Let me ask you, is Ms. Ning's family also in the pet business? When he asked this question, he thought of the caravan he had encountered when he entered the city gate. That 3-eyed woman in silver armor should be Ning Xiyuan. Qi Huangji paused for a moment, then nodded. It seems that you haven't been idle for the past 2 days. Have you gone out to gather information? Ji Tianxing didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Is Miss Ning's family more powerful than your Qi family? Of course. Qi Huangji quickly nodded and explained, My family is the richest in Green Mountain City, and the Ning family is the richest in Sky Snow City. Qingshan City was a small city in a remote area, while Sky Snow City was a county city, one of the 10 most prosperous main cities of the Blood Flame Divine Country. For example, the Ning family is a resplendent palace, and my family is a shabby thatched hut. My father can't wait to curry favor with the Ning family. How would he dare to break off the engagement? Besides, Ning Xiyuan is as cold as an iceberg. She's beautiful, ruthless, and strong. How would I dare to provoke her? Qi Huangji complained again and again, with a pitiful look. Ji Tianxing continued to ask, Your father forced you to defeat Yuan Jie because of the Cave of Dark Light, right? Qi Huangji nodded. Yes, it's not a secret. You can ask anyone about it. The martial arts competition will be held in 2 days. Not to mention that I can't beat Yuan Jie. The other 4 young masters will also be beaten to a pulp by Yuan Jie. But Yuan Jie is very arrogant. Every time he beats us, he humiliates us and makes a few cold gestures, making the girls in the city scream. Ji Tianxing could tell that Qi Huangji was prejudiced against Yuan Jie. He thought for a moment and asked, Since Miss Ning is engaged to you, then she's your fiancée. Since she came to Qingshan City, she can represent your Qi family in the martial arts competition. I heard that she's also a half-step divine sovereign. She should be able to match Yuan Jie. Qi Huangji stared straight at Ji Tianxing and smiled bitterly. Brother, why you like my father? Ji Tianxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bah, what I mean is... Qi Huangji reacted and quickly corrected himself. Why do you think the same as my parents? Can't I? Ji Tianxing asked. Of course not. Qi Huangji put down his wine cup and explained, Although I'm engaged to Ning Xiyuan, I'm marrying into her family. I'll be ridiculed by the world. Besides, I don't like her, and she looks down on me. Why would she help me? Besides, the city lord's mansion and the other aristocratic families know that she's the daughter of the Ning family. She won't marry into my Qi family. Even if she wants to participate, the city lord's mansion and the aristocratic families won't agree. I see. Only then did Ji Tianxing understand the situation. He muttered, I thought she came to Qingshan City at this time to help your Qi clan. Qi Huanji waved his hand. You're overthinking. Ji Tianxing asked again, is the dark light cave really that important? Of course. Qi Huanji explained in a firm tone, let me put it this way. Our Qi family's pet business can earn us hundreds of millions of divine stones a year. But 1 year of mining in the dark light cave is equivalent to 20 years of business for my family. No wonder the aristocratic families are jealous. Ji Tianxing nodded to show that he understood. Qi Huanji smiled bitterly. It's useless to be jealous. Yuan Jie is abnormally strong. Ji Tianxing asked again. Every aristocratic family can send 2 people to participate in the battle. Your Qi family is so rich. Don't you have other experts? Don't mention it. Qi Huanji shook his head and said, my talent is already the highest in the Qi family, but I forced myself to reach the 9th stage. Ji Tianxing frowned and asked in confusion, only the family's disciples can participate in the battle. Can't they send their family retainers and masters? Qi Huanji was stunned for a moment and nodded. That's possible. However, the participants must meet 2 conditions, under 1,000 years old and under the Divine Lord realm. Those who meet these 2 conditions and can defeat Yuan Jie are definitely geniuses. Why would they come to a small place like Qingshan City? After a moment of silence, Qi Huanji suddenly thought of something and stared at Ji Tianxing with shining eyes. Brother Tianxing, you're asking so many questions. Don't tell me, you want to help me solve my problem? Ji Tianxing thought to himself, we've talked for so long and you only reacted now. Isn't your reaction too slow? He thought so, but he wouldn't say it out loud. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, young Master Qi and I hit it off at first sight and you've taken good care of me. If I can help you with this, I'll do my best. Qi Huanji's eyes lit up as he asked with anticipation, Brother Tianxing, do you meet the conditions to participate in the battle? Of course. Then do you have the confidence to defeat Yuan Jie? Qi Huanji was even more expectant. Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded. Easy as pie. Chapter 2785. Beihai Street, the most prosperous street in the city. The famous Qi mansion was located at the end of the street. This magnificent mansion occupied an area of nearly 10 miles and could accommodate nearly 10,000 people. Inside the mansion, there was a small lake as bright as a mirror, a lush green hill, and a large garden full of flowers. Even though it was late at night, the Qi mansion was still brightly lit and filled with people. Just in terms of guards and servants, the Qi family had more than 3,000 people. Only the wealthiest family in Qingshan City, the Qi family, had such wealth. At this moment, in the main hall of the Qi mansion, Master Qi Tianlong and Mistress Qin Peipei were watching 2 shadow puppets with a silver-armored woman. The masters who performed the shadow puppets were invited by the Qi family from Tianfeng County at an exorbitant price. In order to please the silver-armored woman, Qi Tianlong and his wife put in a lot of effort. Many elders, deacons, and young disciples of the Qi family were lucky enough to watch the shadow puppets. They were all dazzled and intoxicated. At the head of the table, the burly and dignified Qi Tianlong sat in the main seat. On the surface, he was staring at the shadow puppets in the main hall, but in reality he was secretly observing the silver-armored woman's reaction. He couldn't help it. The silver-armored woman from the three-eyed godly clan was too honorable. She was Qi Huanji's fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Ning family from Tianxue City, Ning Xiuan. Mistress Qin Peipei was dressed elegantly and gracefully. She personally sat beside Ning Xiuan and chatted with her from time to time. However, Ning Xiuan was not interested in the shadow puppets. Most of the time, she was silent. No one knew what was on her mind. Ever since she came to Qingshan City, she had never left her silver armor. She had a cold attitude that kept people away. Even now, in the main hall of the Qi mansion, she was still wearing her silver armor and only took off her helmet. She had a fair and delicate face and a pair of deep, icy blue eyes, which added a mysterious and cold temperament to her beautiful face. The young disciples of the Qi family sitting around the main hall couldn't help but glance at her. Many people were jealous and secretly sighed. Just how capable was the young master, Qi Huangji, to be able to set up an engagement with such a proud daughter of heaven? What a beautiful and noble woman! Her status was noble, and her talent and strength were superior to those of her generation. She was simply a goddess in the hearts of countless men. Even if he married into the Ning family and became a laughingstock, it was still worth it. Unfortunately, Qi Huangji did not know how to appreciate his good fortune and actually rejected this marriage. He simply did not know what was good for him and was recklessly wasting God's gift. Not long after, the two shadow puppets finished, and the masters left the stage. The elders, deacons, and disciples of the Qi family also bowed and left. Only Qi Tianlong, Qin Peipei, and Ning Siyuan were left in the brightly lit hall. Qi Tianlong nodded to Ning Siyuan and asked kindly, "Miss Siyuan, tonight several masters performed God Emperor Evil and Ding 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 the World. When I saw it, my heart was stirred and I felt great respect for it. What do you think?" Ning Siyuan nodded calmly and said, "It's all right." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a silver bell, very pleasant to listen to. Qi Tianlong was startled and a little embarrassed. Obviously, Ning Siyuan was not very interested in this. Qin Peipei hurriedly smoothed things over and said with a smile, "Master, Siyuan is a heroine, a heroine. She usually puts her mind on the family business and cultivation. Why would she care about these small tricks?" She took Ning Siyuan's hand and explained, "Siyuan, we were afraid that you would feel bored and unhappy staying in the Qi family, so we invited the masters to perform for you to relieve your boredom." Ning Siyuan nodded politely and said calmly, "I've troubled uncle and auntie." Qi Tianlong quickly waved his hand and said, "Miss Siyuan, you're too polite. Back then your father and I were friends who went through life and death together. Not only are you the daughter-in-law of the Qi family, but you're also my precious daughter in my heart." Qi Tianlong's words were half true and half false. Ning Siyuan was obviously not good at pleasantries. She just nodded and did not say anything else. Qin Peipei held her hand and said, "See, it's late now. Auntie will send you back to rest." Ning Siyuan quickly shook her head. "Siyuan is a junior. How could I trouble auntie to send me back?" Qin Peipei smiled and quickly ordered the maids to bring Ning Siyuan back to rest. Ning Siyuan walked to the door of the main hall and suddenly stopped. She turned her head and asked, "Oh right, why didn't Huangji show up tonight? I've been in the Qi family for 2 days, and he only greeted me twice. I didn't see him at all. If he doesn't want to see me, I'll leave tomorrow." Before Ning Siyuan could finish, Qi Tianlong quickly interrupted and explained, "Miss Siyuan, you've misunderstood. Huangji misses you day and night and has deep feelings for you. How could he avoid meeting you? He's busy and has no time to leave. You also know that the martial arts competition is the day after tomorrow. He's busy with it." Qin Peipei quickly nodded in agreement to help Qi Huangji. Ning Siyuan would not be fooled. She frowned slightly and said, "Huangji is no match for the young master. No matter how busy he is these days, it's useless. I heard that he has a wide circle of friends and has won over a group of strange people from all over the world. He often takes them to drink and have fun." She was obviously saying that Qi Huangji did not return home in the middle of the night and went out to fool around again. Qi Tianlong and Qin Peipei were both very embarrassed. They were angry and wanted to beat Qi Huangji up right now. But the most important thing now was to clear Qi Huangji's name. How could they let Ning Siyuan misunderstand? Qin Peipei quickly explained, "Siyuan, these are all rumors from the idle people in the city. Don't take them seriously. Huangji is a little slow, playful, and undisciplined, but he's not a bad person. But his character is not bad. He is definitely not a frivolous playboy who indulges in wine and women." Ning Siyuan nodded slightly and said indifferently, "It's best that he's not. Otherwise, he'll be criticized when he joins the Ning family. Before she could finish, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. "Father! Mother! I have an idea!" Qi Huangji's joyful voice could be heard from afar even when they were still 1,000 feet away. Qi Tianlong, Qin Peipei, Ning Xiyuan, and the two maids immediately looked up at the entrance of the hall. Under everyone's gaze, Qi Huangji, whose face was flushed and slightly tipsy, walked quickly to the entrance of the hall. Behind him was a burly young man in a white robe from the divine clan. Obviously, it was Ji Tianxing. The two of them were discussing in the Moonstar Pavilion. Ji Tianxing said that he could defeat Yuan Jie. Qi Huangji could not wait to drag him back to the Qi residence to tell his parents the good news. However, when he stepped into the hall with Ji Tianxing, he found that his parents' expressions were strange. Ning Xiyuan's eyes were also a little cold. Chapter 2786. The hall fell into a brief silence. Qi Tianlong was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "Huangji, you were busy until late at night and couldn't accompany Miss Xiyuan. Why aren't you apologizing?" Qi Huangji came to his senses and hurriedly bowed to Ning Xiyuan. "Miss Xiyuan, please forgive me for not being a good host." Ning Xiyuan looked at him indifferently and said calmly, "Young Master Qi, you're too polite. I'm glad I didn't interrupt your drinking." Qi Huangji was stunned. Qi Tianlong and Qin Peipei felt even more awkward, but they couldn't explain anything. It seemed that this misunderstanding couldn't be resolved. Ji Tianxing didn't say anything and secretly sized up Ning Xiyuan. Just as he guessed, the silver-armored woman he met outside the city gate was Qi Huangji's fiancée. Qi Tianlong glared at Qi Huangji and shouted coldly, "You bastard! Instead of coming home late at night, you're drinking yourself into a stupor outside. What are you doing? Go kneel in the ancestral hall now and apologize to Miss Xiyuan when you're sober." Qi Tianlong was furious, and his divine lord aura swept toward Qi Huangji. He hated Qi Huangji for not living up to his expectations, but he also did it to appease Ning Xiyuan's anger. After all, they were still trying to clear Qi Huangji's name. They didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. "Huh?" Qi Huangji was stunned. He asked unwillingly, "Father, why are you punishing me again? I didn't do anything wrong. I only came back now because I was busy. Look, this is young Master Tianxing. He's the helper I found." Qi Huangji pointed sideways at Ji Tianxing as he spoke. Qi Tianlong, his wife, and Ning Xiyuan immediately looked at Ji Tianxing. "It's him." Ning Xiyuan muttered when she saw Ji Tianxing's face and remembered what happened outside the city gate. But she didn't say anything and looked coldly at Ji Tianxing. Qi Tianlong was enraged again and scolded sternly, "You bastard! How many times have I told you, don't bring those riffraff back home? What kind of people are they? They're just a bunch of swindlers and good-for-nothings." In the past, Qi of the family to the point that he had even built a special courtyard for them. For him. However, most of those strange people were scammers and scoundrels who only knew how to eat and drink. They had caused a lot of trouble for the Qi family. Naturally, Qi Tianlong hated Ji Tianxing. He pointed at him and ordered, "Men, drag this scoundrel out." Qi Huangji quickly spread out his arms and shielded Ji Tianxing behind him. He straightened his neck and said to Qi Tianlong, "Hold on. Father, this young Master Tianhang is different. I swear on my life that he's different from those dudes. He's trustworthy." Qi Tianlong was even more furious when he saw how much Qi Tianlong trusted Ji Tianxing. He scolded, "You bastard! Are you drunk? How could you be fooled by this person?" The martial arts competition concerns the fate of the Qi family. What can a swindler like him do? "You unfilial son. I'm going to beat you up tonight." Qi Tianlong took out a Zidian whip and was about to teach Qi Tianji a lesson. He was furious and also wanted to save the Qi family's face. He didn't want Ning Xiyuan to despise him. After all, the Ning family didn't see how Qi Tianji fooled around in the past. But tonight was different. Ning Xiyuan saw it with her own eyes. Who knew what she would think? She would probably treat Qi Tianji as a retard. Qi Tianlong flicked his purple lightning whip and lashed out at Qi Huangji with a series of purple lightning arcs. Qi Tianji stood still and shouted stubbornly, "Father, I didn't do anything wrong." Qin Peipei was anxious. She pulled Qi Tianlong aside and pleaded for her son. "Master, please calm down." However, she was only a level 8 heaven god. How could she stop the furious Qi Tianlong? Ning Xiyuan stood at the side and watched everything coldly with an indifferent expression. The purple electric arc was about to hit Qi Tianji. His skin and flesh would be torn apart and his body would be charred black. At this moment, Ji Tianxing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Qi Tianji. Looking at the incoming purple lightning whip, he calmly stretched out his right hand and opened his 5 fingers to grab it. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The purple electric arc that lit up the hall was instantly extinguished. Ji Tianxing also grabbed Qi Tianlong's Zidian whip. No matter how the whip flickered, he was not affected at all. He held the Zidian whip without moving. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down. Qi Tianlong and Qin Peipei widened their eyes and stared at Ji Tianxing in disbelief. Ning Xiyuan, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, also raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Ji Tianxing looked straight at Qi Tianlong and said calmly, "Patriarch Qi, you're a family. If there's anything, you should sit down and talk. Don't disturb our esteemed guest." Qi Tianlong's anger dissipated and he immediately calmed down. He glanced at Ning Xiyuan and then looked deeply at Ji Tianxing. Only then did he put away the Zidian whip. No matter how angry he was, he knew that Ji Tianxing was right. Even if he killed Qi Tianji, it would not change anything. Instead, it would make Ning Xiyuan look down on the Qi family even more. Qi Tianji came to his senses and secretly gave Ji Tianxing a thumbs up. Then, he stared at Qi Tianlong and said happily, "Father, do you see it now? Young Master Tianxing can catch your Zidian whip. It shows that he is extraordinary. He can definitely help us." Qi Tianlong sneered disdainfully and did not bother to explain. Ning Xiyuan said calmly, "Young Master Qi, you are Uncle Qi's son. How could he really hit you? He only used 20% of his strength." What she meant was that Qi Tianlong was acting and she could see through it. Qi Tianlong was ashamed and angry, but he could not defend himself. Qin Peipei quickly mediated and asked, "Huanji, how can this young master help us?" Qi Huanji smiled confidently and said, "We invite young Master Tianxing to represent the Qi family in the martial arts competition." Nonsense. Qi Tianlong was furious again and scolded sternly, "He is so young and he is not even a divine emperor. How can he be our young master? The martial arts competition is of great importance and the lifeline of the Qi family. How can we treat it like a game?" It was true that the governor's mansion and the aristocratic families all wanted to hire a young master. However, only a divine emperor could be a young master to protect the family at critical times. However, a divine emperor was an overlord. How could they be a young master? Even if someone was willing to be a young master, they would have to pay a high price and profit. Therefore, the 5 aristocratic families in the city could not find a suitable young master. Qi Huanji smiled and said, "Father, are you old and confused? If young Master Tianxing is a divine emperor, can he still participate in the martial arts competition? You unfilial son." Qi Tianlong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He could not help but slap him again. Chapter 2787. Qin Peipei hurriedly patted Qi Tianlong's chest, persuading him to calm down. Ning Xiyuan didn't say a word, secretly releasing her divine sense and secret technique to probe Ji Tianxing's background. However, she couldn't see through Ji Tianxing at all. Everything in front of her was white. Not only could she not see through Ji Tianxing's strength, but she also couldn't see through his true identity. Qi Huanji took the opportunity to persuade Qi Tianlong, "Father, the 5 great families have lost for 60 years anyway, and no one is Yuan Jie's match. If nothing unexpected happens, we will lose again the day after tomorrow. Trust your son this time and give young Master Tianxing a chance. I believe that he can definitely defeat Yuan Jie and help us win the profound light cave." Qi Tianlong coldly snorted and said with a cold face, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I have already contacted Blood Sword Sect's Deacon Yi, and he will help us solve this matter. Calculating the time, Deacon Yi would arrive before noon tomorrow. Give your friend 100,000 divine stones and let him leave the Qi family. Qi Tianlong waved his hand and ordered him to leave on the spot. Qi Huangji immediately became anxious and hurriedly shouted, "Father, how can you do this? Not only are you humiliating my friend, but you are also humiliating me." Qi Tianlong left with Qin Peipei, and when he passed by him, he sneered, "You good-for-nothing thing, are you worthy of being humiliated by your father?" Qi Huangji's vision darkened, and his heart ached like a knife. After a while, Qi Tianlong and his wife left. Ning Xiyuan took a deep look at Ji Tianxing before leaving with her two maids. At the entrance of the hall, only Qi Huangji and Ji Tianxing were left. Ji Tianxing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go back to the Star Moon Pavilion first." Qi Huangji shook his head and said stubbornly, "If I really let you go to the Star Moon Pavilion, wouldn't I be fulfilling my father's wishes? He wants you to leave, so I must make you stay. Let's go to the mystical scholar courtyard." Then, without waiting for Ji Tianxing's agreement, he pulled him and flew to the backyard. The backyard was a garden with a radius of 3,000 feet. There was a small hill, a small lake, and a forest of pine and bamboo. The eccentric scholar's courtyard was at the back of the garden. This was the most remote place in the Qi residence. Normally, the Qi family's disciples and servants would not dare to approach this place. The front courtyard of the Qi mansion was brightly lit, but the mystical courtyard only had a few lonely lamps, making it seem very dark and quiet. This residence was rather large, with a radius of at least 1,000 feet. In the middle was the main hall, and on both sides were more than 30 guest rooms, all of which were equipped with secret rooms. Qi Huangji led Ji Tianxing into the main hall and sat down in the reception hall. The guard at the door hurriedly went to make tea. At this moment, a dark-skinned old man with unkempt hair and greasy clothes rushed into the living room and shouted excitedly, "Young Master Qi, you're finally back. Quick, come with me, I have a new invention." As he spoke, the dark and skinny old man pulled Qi Huangji away. Ji Tianxing took a closer look. This old man looked like a chimpanzee, and his hair was as messy as a chicken's nest. He was wearing a high-quality blue robe woven with gold, but it had not been changed for several years. A thick layer of mud had formed on it. Without a doubt, this was one of the eccentrics that Qi Huangji had recruited. Ji Tianxing suddenly understood why Qi Tianlong was furious and hated eccentrics so much. The old man was in high spirits, but Qi Huangji broke free from his claws and asked with a frown, "Old Black, you've been in seclusion for 2.5 years. What have you come up with this time?" The old man excitedly showed off his achievements and said proudly, "I've improved the design of the previous heavenly secret umbrella. Now, not only can it teleport thousands of miles, it can also release 3 types of divine abilities and 9 types of hidden weapons. Its lethality has increased exponentially. The most exciting thing is that I've added a space inside that can store a huge amount of delicacies and divine wine." Qi Huangji was a little surprised. "What's the use of that?" The old man said anxiously, "How is it useless? Think about it, you'll use the heavenly secret umbrella to kill your enemies and make them piss their pants, kneel down and beg for mercy. At that time, you'll be able to put out a table full of delicacies and divine wine with just a thought. While eating and drinking, you'll watch your enemies piss their pants. Bah, watch your enemies kneel down and beg for mercy. Think about it, how majestic and ostentatious that scene is. Isn't this very much in line with the style of young Master Qi? Let your glorious image be remembered by your enemies forever?" Qi Huangji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded reluctantly and said, "Yes, what you said makes sense." "Then what are you waiting for? Come with me to admire it." The old man was encouraged and could not wait to pull him out of the living room. Qi Huangji hurriedly waved his hand and comforted him. "Old Black, I have important things to do. You go and study it first and perfect it." He tried his best to appease the old man. Unexpectedly, as soon as the old black devil left, Another strong man with red scales all over his body stepped into the living room with a giant sword. Young Master Qi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. When you begged me to stay in the Qi family, it was because of the once-in-a-decade martial arts competition. I've been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years, and I've finally mastered the red wave swordsmanship. Now, please admire my peerless swordsmanship. The strong man was more than 10 feet tall. He had a huge head and a big mouth. His limbs were sharp claws, and he had a big tail behind him. He looked a little like a crocodile, but he was related to the dragon race by blood. This was the warrior of the crocodile dragon race. He was violent and warlike by nature. He was just speaking normally, but his voice was too loud. It was like a bell, shaking the living room. Red Crocodile, you've mastered the swordsmanship? Qi Huangji stood up in surprise and looked at the red crocodile with shining eyes. However, he soon came to his senses and glanced at Ji Tianxing with a guilty look. It felt like a man meeting his first wife, but there was a mistress by his side. The red crocodile's eyes also fell on Ji Tianxing. He looked at him maliciously and asked, "Young Master Qi, who is this guy? Don't tell me he's a whore you brought back from drinking outside?" Qi Huangji was confused. Ji Tianxing did not want to meddle in other people's business. However, when he heard the words, "whore friend," his eyes turned gloomy. "I'm young Master Qi's friend. I'm here to participate in the martial arts competition on behalf of the Qi family," he said in a deep voice. The red crocodile squinted his eyes. His blood-red eyes were burning with a strong desire to fight. "Ha! You pretty boy, how dare you lie to young Master Qi with your drunken look? How did you defeat Yuan Jie? With your face? Or offer your ass to Yuan Jie?" Ji Tianxing smiled and raised his right hand. He said coldly, "With my fist." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the red crocodile with a golden fist. The red crocodile's expression changed. He instinctively held his giant sword in front of his chest. Bam! A muffled sound was heard. The red crocodile was sent flying. He crashed into a wall and fell into the small lake in the garden, creating a huge splash. Chapter 2788. Boom! A dull sound echoed in the sky above the Qi mansion. The entire eccentric scholar's courtyard and flower garden shook violently. Red Crocodile flew out of the small lake with his giant sword. Swoosh! He landed in the mystical courtyard, his feet cracking the green mound stones on the ground, and his whole body was bursting with bloody flames. However, blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose, and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. "Bastard! Come out if you have the guts, I will skin you alive." Red Crocodile was furious, and his voice was as loud as a bell. As soon as he finished speaking, a white shadow flew in from the hall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 dazzling golden sword lights, along with the 5-colored divine thunder, stabbed at Red Crocodile. Red Crocodile did not dare to let his guard down. He held the giant sword with both hands and used the red wave sword technique. Swoosh! Suddenly, he turned into a bloody fire whirlwind and instantly slashed out hundreds of flame waves. Bang, 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 bang! The dazzling golden sword light and the flame waves collided, and a deafening sound burst out, shaking the mystical courtyard. The ground and the surrounding houses were immediately shattered into dust by the shock wave, leaving pits all over the ground. In the next moment, the flame waves shattered, and a bloody light burst into the sky. Red Crocodile, who was as strong as an iron tower, also fell into the ruins with blood splattering all over his body. His red wave sword technique was broken, and he was hit by 9 swords, and his limbs were almost cut off. There was also a bloody hole in his chest, and blood flowed out. Bang! Ji Tianxing descended from the sky, stepped on Red Crocodile's back, and pressed his head into the soil. Ong! Red Crocodile was furious, and he roared hysterically, struggling desperately. However, Ji Tianxing did not move, and he was suppressed to the point that he could not move. The battle was over. The destructive shockwave also gradually dissipated. Fortunately, The mystical courtyard was protected by a monarch-level divine array. The shock wave from the two of them only destroyed the houses on the ground, and did not affect the outside of the courtyard. Qi Huangji stood in the ruins, looking at this scene in shock, and his eyes were shining with excitement. "Young Master Tianxing, aren't you too valiant?" He couldn't see through Ji Tianxing's cultivation. After 2 days of contact, he guessed that Ji Tianxing's strength was not ordinary. However, he had never expected Ji Tianxing to be so powerful. This was simply inconceivable. What a surprise! Qi Huangji was shocked and overjoyed. He knew that he had not made a mistake this time. He had placed his bet on the right person. The Scarlet Crocodile was an expert he had recruited 9 years ago. It was bloodthirsty, violent, and had outstanding combat strength. He was at the same cultivation level as the Red Crocodile, so he had fought with it before. In the end, the two people only exchanged 30 moves and he was defeated by the Crimson Crocodile. Qi Huangji saw hope and thought that Red Crocodile had a chance to defeat Yuanjie, so he spent a lot of money to recruit him. In these 9 years, he provided abundant cultivation resources for the Scarlet Crocodile and paid a considerable price. From the looks of it now, it was all a waste. Qi Huangji flew to Ji Tianxing's side and said joyfully, "Brother Tianxing, you've really hidden your strength well. I'm afraid only you can defeat Yuanjie." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and pointed at the Scarlet Crocodile under his feet. He asked, "How do you plan to deal with this crocodile dragon?" Qi Huangji thought for a moment and cupped his hands at the Scarlet Crocodile. He said, "Brother Scarlet Crocodile, although you can't help me, I've treated you well these 9 years. After tonight, we're even. You can leave." After saying that, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to the Scarlet Crocodile. "Brother Scarlet Crocodile, there are 2 monarch-grade divine pellets in here. They can be used to heal your injuries." 2 monarch-grade divine pellets were worth a few million divine stones. Ji Tianxing saw Qi Huangji's actions and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Luckily, the Qi family is rich enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a prodigal. Of course, this was Qi Huangji's matter. He wouldn't interfere. He lifted his right foot and let the Scarlet Crocodile go. The Scarlet Crocodile quickly got up and took Qi Huangji's medicine bottle. He grinned coldly and said, "Young Master Qi, since you don't need me, then I'll take my leave." After saying that, he glared at Ji Tianxing with resentment and said in a deep voice, "Kid, I'll remember you." He enjoyed the treatment of a consecrator in the Qi family and didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. His days were very carefree. But tonight, Ji Tianxing ruined his beautiful life. Cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. This enmity was formed. Ji Tianxing glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to pay attention. The Scarlet Crocodile carried the giant sword and left the mystical scholar courtyard dejectedly. Soon he disappeared into the night. Qi Huangji was still immersed in joy. He was so excited that he couldn't extricate himself. Ji Tianxing pointed at the ruins and said, "I'm sorry for destroying your mystical scholar courtyard." "It's fine, it's fine." Qi Huangji waved his hand and said indifferently, "I'll get the craftsman to repair it later. It will be completed in 2 days. This loss is nothing. To be able to get Brother Tianxing's help, even if I have to destroy 100 mystical scholar courtyards, I'm willing." Ji Tianxing smiled and said, "But we don't have a place to stay tonight." Qi Huangji scratched his head and said, "Why don't we go back to the Star Moon Pavilion?" Ji Tianxing nodded in agreement. 15 minutes later, the two returned to the Star Moon Pavilion and entered Qiulan Courtyard. Qi Huangji was in a good mood. He asked 2 maids to bring wine and dishes and wanted to drink with Ji Tianxing again. Ji Tianxing pressed down on the wine pot and asked seriously, "Young Master Qi, what's the blood sword sect that your father mentioned?" Qi Huangji was stunned. He quickly put down the wine cup and said with a serious expression, "The Blood Sword sect is one of the 6 great sects of the Blood Flame Divine Country. Not to mention Azure Mountain City and Azure Mountain City, even Tianfeng City has to be respectful to the Blood Sword sect. The Blood Sword sect has 9 divine monarchs, and the sect master's strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the Blood Flame divine country. Anyone who can obtain the protection of the Blood Sword sect will not only have a prosperous business, but their status will also rise. Ji Tianxing roughly understood. Your father said that Deacon Yi will arrive before noon tomorrow? Did your father ask Deacon Yi for help and make some kind of deal? Qi Huanji nodded and said, my father did business in Tianfeng City and cooperated with Deacon Yi twice, so we have some friendship. My father was forced to seek Deacon Ye's help this time. He is a divine monarch and has a high status in the Blood Sword sect, second only to the elders. Ji Tianxing frowned and said, divine monarchs can't participate in the martial competition. Of course it won't be Deacon Yi. Qi Huanji waved his hand and said, I think Deacon Yi will bring a genius disciple and pretend to be a branch disciple of our Qi family. However, I don't think there's much hope. No matter how outstanding the Blood Sword sect's disciple is, he might not be Yuan Jie's opponent. Besides, the Blood Sword sect is a force that eats people without spitting out the bones. They won't help us for no reason. I'm worried that Deacon Yi will take advantage of my father again. Chapter 2789. Ji Tianxing could tell. Qi Huanji was sometimes muddle-headed and absurd, but sometimes righteous and generous. In fact, he was sometimes childish and stubborn. Regardless, Qi Huanji was no fool. He did not have high hopes for Deacon Yi, who was coming tomorrow. Don't worry, Brother Tianxing. I'll explain the situation to my father and invite you to participate in the martial competition as a venerate. We'll try not to use the Blood Sword sect as much as possible. My father isn't muddle-headed. He should understand. Ji Tianxing smiled and said, young Master Qi, you worry too much. I'm only willing to help you because you're forthright and righteous. I don't care if you're a venerate or not. Hey, Brother Tianxing, don't say that. Qi Huanji hurriedly waved his hand and said, I've decided to invite you to be a venerate of the Qi family, and I won't change my mind. Only then can we justify it and shut the mouths of the other aristocratic families. Moreover, you've helped us take back Mystic Light Cave. That's a huge favor. No matter what requests or difficulties you have, as long as the Qi family can do it, we'll do it. Ji Tianxing smiled and said, it's still too early to talk about this. Let's talk about it after the matter is settled. Hence, the two of them chatted for a while more before they went to rest. The next day, Qi Huanji only woke up late in the morning and asked Ji Tianxing to go to the Qi family with him. Ji Tianxing declined, saying that it was inconvenient for him to show up for the time being and that he would wait for news in the Star Moon Pavilion. Qi Huanji guessed that it had something to do with the Blood Sword sect and did not insist. He left the Star Moon Pavilion alone and rushed back to the Qi residence. Qi Huanji returned to the Qi residence. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw 2 house-sized fire sparrows standing in the courtyard. He knew at a glance that they were the mounts of the Blood Sword sect. As expected, in the conference hall of the main hall, Qi Tianlong was entertaining 2 distinguished guests. Qin Peipei and Ning Siyuan were not in the hall. The 2 guests from the Blood Sword sect were led by a thin man in a black robe with a mustache that resembled the character 8. This person was a member of the Great Yen Divine Clan. His face was thin, and his eyes were sharp and bright. He gave off a sinister aura. Qi Huanji could tell that this person was Deacon Yi. The other guest was a handsome young man from the Great Yen Divine Clan who was nearly 10 feet tall. This person wore a fiery red robe, and his purple hair was tied into a ponytail. There was a green divine jade belt around his waist, and he looked very free and easy. Of course, this handsome red-robed youth was extremely cold and arrogant. He held a purple divine sword in his arms and sat on a chair with his eyes closed. He ignored Qi Tianlong and wanted to turn his nose up at the sky. Qi Huanji sized him up and saw that he was a half-step divine monarch, so he understood his identity. A genius disciple of the Blood Sword sect. At this moment, Qi Tianlong saw Qi Anji outside the hall and shouted, Anji, come and greet Uncle Yi and Senior Brother Mu. Qi Huanji was displeased, but he could only force himself to enter the main hall and bow. Nephew Qi Huanji greets Uncle Yi. Deacon Yi stroked his mustache and nodded at him without saying anything. Qi Huanji bowed at the red-robed youth. Huanji greets senior brother Mu. The red-robed youth still had his eyes closed and did not respond. He ignored Qi Huanji. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, but Qi Tianlong could not be too harsh. Deacon Yi smiled and explained, Mu Yi is the fourth elder's last disciple and one of the 5 most outstanding geniuses in the sect. He was born like this, and the elders can't do anything about it. Please don't blame him, Patriarch Qi. In other words, Mu Yi was a genius of the sect and was used to being arrogant. It was normal for him to ignore them. Qi Tianlong smiled and said, it's normal for a young genius to be arrogant. Then he looked at Qi Huanji and said, Huanji, Father and Deacon Yi are discussing important matters. Sit down and listen. Qi Huanji nodded in agreement and took a seat at the head of the table. At this moment, Deacon Yi said, Patriarch Qi, let's continue our conversation. This is Mu Ye's first time in Azure Mountain City, so you can rest assured that the other aristocratic families won't see through his identity. Moreover, even if the 4 aristocratic families and the city lord's mansion find out Mu Ye's identity, they won't dare to become enemies with our blood sword sect. Mu Ye's true strength is stronger than Yuan Jie's, so he will definitely help the Qi family take back the profound light cave. Qi Tianlong was overjoyed. Without any worries, he quickly nodded and said, that's good. 70 years ago, it was our Qi family and the Qi family who discovered the profound light cave. Who would have thought that the city lord's mansion would benefit from it and mine it for 70 years? This time, the Qi family must take back the profound light cave that originally belonged to us. Deacon Yi stroked his beard and said with a smile, since this matter will definitely succeed, let's talk about the price. After this matter is done, the Qi family will be responsible for mining the profound light cave, but we want 70% of the divine stones and resources produced every year. Moreover, the Qi family must pledge allegiance to our sect and work for us. Qi Tianlong and Qi Huanji's expressions immediately changed. One had a solemn expression, while the other was angry. Qi Tianlong coughed lightly and squeezed out a smile, saying, Deacon Yi, isn't this condition a bit too harsh? Our Qi family will be responsible for mining and will need a lot of manpower and resources, but we can only get 30%? As for pledging allegiance to the Blood Sword sect, this matter can be discussed later. What do you think? Deacon Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, our sect has a large business and tens of thousands of disciples to support. We must take 70%. This is also the opinion of the elders. There's no room for discussion. Moreover, after the Qi family pledges allegiance to our sect, you will receive our protection and your business will be even more prosperous in the future. Qi Tianlong's face sank. He was well aware that the Blood Sword sect was taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, once the Qi family pledged allegiance to the Blood Sword sect, they would become the Blood Sword sect's bank and servant. The Blood Sword sect would have to give them money and manpower whenever they wanted. With the protection of the Blood Sword sect, the Qi family's business would indeed rise to another level. However, no matter how much money the Qi family earned, it would still be to serve the Blood Sword sect. After a moment of silence, Qi Tianlong probed, Deacon Yi, can you take a step back for the sake of our friendship? Why don't we split it 50-50? Deacon Yi raised his eyebrows and sneered playfully, Patriarch Qi, I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve great things with such indecisiveness. I won't hide it from you. Not only did your Qi family contact me, but the Qi family and Lu family also invited me to be a guest. If you don't want to seize this opportunity, then I can only take my leave and make a trip to the Qi family and Lu family. Patriarch Qi, for the sake of our past relationship, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Qi Tianlong's expression changed, and a deep hatred flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the other 2 families would also contact Deacon Yi. This was troublesome. Before he could say anything, the furious Qi Huanji couldn't hold back and coldly shouted, Deacon Yi, you're looting a burning house. You've gone too far. Won't your shameless actions tarnish the reputation of the Blood Sword sect? Mu Yi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He coldly glanced at Qi Huanji and sneered, A frog at the bottom of a well dares to criticize a deacon of our sect? Trash, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy on the stage tomorrow. Chapter 2790. The moment Qi Huangji opened his mouth, it meant that the negotiation between the two sides had failed. Mu Yi said ruthlessly, got up and left with the divine sword in his arms. Deacon Yi was too lazy to bow and say goodbye. He waved his sleeves and left the main hall. Qi Tianlong was unwilling to give up. He wanted to catch up with Deacon Yi and ask him to make an exception. But Qi Huangji was full of vigor and pulled him back. Deacon Yi also swaggered away without any intention of stopping. After a while, Deacon Yi and Mu Yi left the Qi family. In the meeting hall, only Qi Tianlong and his son were left. This time, Qi Tianlong was not angry, nor did he scold Qi Huangji. Like a deflated ball, he fell into a chair with a dejected look and looked at Qi Huangji with dim eyes. Forget it. Our Qi family doesn't have that kind of life, and we can't keep the great wealth of the mysterious light cave. Anyway, in the past 70 years, we didn't get the mysterious light cave. Seeing his father's look of despair, Qi Huangji quickly persuaded, "Father, don't be discouraged, I still have a way." Without waiting for him to finish, Qi Tianlong continued, "Huangji, although you act absurdly, you still have the courage of the Qi family. Father is comforted. Go and prepare for tomorrow's martial arts competition. Even if we can't beat them, we have to fight on the stage. Even if we lose, we have to try our best to be dignified." Qi Huangji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly comforted, "Father, don't say that. We still have hope. I'll ask young Master Tianxing to come over right away. Let's plan this matter well." Qi Tianlong suddenly frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "That boy last night? Didn't I ask you to give him 100,000 god stones and send him away?" "Father!" Qi Huangji shouted with a solemn face and said righteously, "Can't you trust me this once? Just this once? Do you still remember the red crocodile I recruited 9 years ago?" Qi Tianlong saw his son's solemn expression, sat up straight and nodded, "Of course I remember. That red crocodile's combat strength is good, much stronger than yours. But it's hopeless to count on him to deal with you, Wenjie." Qi Huangji revealed a proud smile and said confidently, "Last night, young Master Tianxing exchanged 2 blows with him and destroyed the entire mystical scholar's courtyard. Yes, that foul place, it's good that it's destroyed." Qi Tianlong nodded happily. Qi Huangji was speechless and his face darkened. However, this was not the main point. He was too lazy to waste his breath on his father and continued, "Father, what do you think the result is?" "The red crocodile one?" Qi Tianlong raised his eyebrows and asked. Qi Huangji quickly shook his head and held up 2 fingers. He laughed and said, "Child Tianxing has won. Furthermore, he only used 2 moves and severely injured the scarlet crocodile." Qi Tianlong's body stiffened. His eyes widened in disbelief. That kid only used 2 moves to defeat the crimson crocodile? Of course. Qi Huangji nodded excitedly and added, "I saw it with my own eyes." Qi Tianlong fell silent. After frowning and pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly and said, "Since that's the case, that kid does have some ability. Although he may not be able to defeat Yuan Jie and Mu Yi, it's not hopeless." Qi Huangji patted his chest and said, "Father, I can guarantee that Yuan Jie and Mu Yi are no match for him." "Don't be so sure." Qi Tianlong glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "I can trust you this time and allow that kid to participate in the battle for the Qi family. However, you have to ask him what his conditions are first." Qi Huangji replied without hesitation, "He will be our Qi family's consecrator." Qi Tianlong frowned and slammed his palm on the table. He scolded, "Nonsense! What right does a kid have to be our Qi family's consecrator? There's no room for discussion. At most, we will give him 20 million god stones. If he succeeds and helps the Qi family win the Dark Light Cave, we will reward him with another 100 million god stones." Qi Huangji fell silent and stared at Qi Tianlong with a strange expression. Qi Tianlong looked up and found that his son's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. He flew into a rage and shouted, Unfilial son, what is the meaning of this? Qi Huangji sneered and shook his head. Deacon Yi is so arrogant. He wants 70% of the Dark Light Cave's output and wants our Qi family to be the blood sword sect's lackey. You actually want to consider and negotiate with him for such despicable and shameless conditions? And now, young Master Tianxing can help us win the Dark Light Cave, but you are so stingy. 20 million god stones? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Qi Tianlong, I used to be proud of you. But now, Qi Huangji sneered contemptuously and turned to leave. This was the first time in his life that he had called his father by his name and humiliated his father to his face. Qi Tianlong was stunned on the spot and stared at him in disbelief. After coming back to his senses, Qi Tianlong flew into a rage. His face was ashen and he almost drew his sword. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. However, after roaring twice, Qi Tianlong gradually calmed down. Qi Huangji, stop right there. He suddenly stood up and shouted in a dignified tone. Qi Huangji stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at him expressionlessly. Qi Tianlong clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He shouted, Fine. You unfilial son, you're all grown up now. I'll believe you this time and give you a chance to make him a consecrator. Qi Huangji was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of joy. He bowed and said, I thank you on behalf of young Master Tianxing. Qi Tianlong was even more annoyed when he saw his expression change so quickly. He scolded, What are you waiting for? Go and bring him here. Yes, sir. Qi Huangji replied, then turned around and ran off happily. Qi Tianlong watched his back disappear and muttered angrily, Sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by this unfilial son. Half an hour later, Qi Huangji took Ji Tianxing and stepped into the Qi mansion once again. At this time, Qi Tianlong had already calmed down and was sitting in the study waiting. Qi Huangji took Ji Tianxing directly to the study to discuss the matter. After the two sides met, there was no greeting or pleasantries. Ji Tianxing cupped his hands and Qi Tianlong nodded as a greeting. After Qi Huangji and Ji Tianxing sat down, Qi Tianlong asked directly, Young Master Tianxing, how confident are you in defeating Yuan Jie? 100%, Ji Tianxing said with an indifferent expression. Qi Tianlong frowned, feeling that he was unreliable. He looked quiet and low-key, but in fact he was confident and arrogant. Qi Tianlong asked again, Now, besides Yuan Jie, there's another strong enemy, the genius disciple of the Blood Sword sect, Mui. He's also a half-step divine lord. Are you confident in defeating him? 100%. Ji Tianxing's expression didn't change as he repeated the two words. Qi Tianlong was so angry that his eyebrows twitched. He shouted angrily, You haven't even seen Mu Yi and you dare to boast like this? Kid, are you too arrogant, or do you take me for a fool? Ji Tianxing was still calm and said calmly, I'm invincible below the divine lord level. Chapter 2791. Qi Huangji was stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at Ji Tianxing in awe. He was so excited that his body trembled. Brother, you're awesome. He gave Ji Tianxing a thumbs up and roared in his heart. Qi Tianlong stood up with a swoosh. He was so angry that he laughed. Ha! What an arrogant and ignorant boy. I've lived for more than 5,000 years and I've never seen anyone more arrogant than you. Qi Tianlong regretted agreeing to Qi Huangji's request. He even wanted to hang Qi Huangji up and give him a good beating. Qi Huangji was so stupid that he found a lunatic to serve him. He was the head of the Qi family, a divine lord. How could he agree to such a crazy request? Was the world crazy? The atmosphere in the study was strange. Qi Tianlong and his son were both agitated. One was excited while the other was furious. Only Ji Tianxing was still sitting there calmly, without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. He even picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from outside the study. Invincible below the divine lord level. As the voice fell, a graceful silver figure appeared at the door of the study. It was Ning Siyuan. As usual, She was wearing a silver armor without a helmet. In all fairness, she was indeed a rare beauty. Even though she was wearing silver armor, her figure was still hot. It was unknown how many young men adored such a noble and valiant beauty. Ning Xiyuan stepped into the study and bowed to Qi Tianlong. "Uncle, I was just passing by. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Please forgive me." Qi Tianlong's anger dissipated. He quickly said, "Miss Xiyuan, you're too polite. You're the daughter-in-law of the Qi family. It's only right that you participate in this matter. This is a serious matter. I'd like to hear your opinion." He was in a difficult position. Since Ning Xiyuan wanted to help him, he was grateful. Now, he liked this daughter-in-law more and more. Qi Huangji glanced at Ning Xiyuan and asked unhappily, "Miss Ning, what are you trying to do?" Ning Xiyuan said expressionlessly, "Young Master Qi, if you want to invite a consecrator, this is your Qi family's matter. Naturally, I won't interfere." However, young Master Tianxing's words were shocking, and he looked down on all the talents in the world. "As luck would have it, I'm a half-step divine lord, so I want to experience Sir Tianxing's strength." Qi Huangji's expression changed, and a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Of course he knew that this ice beauty Ning Xiyuan was terrifyingly strong. At least, he was stronger than Yuan Jie. Qi Huangji was a little hesitant, but Qi Tianlong was full of joy. He hurriedly echoed, "Yes. Miss Xiyuan was one of the top 5 geniuses in Tianxue County. If this young Master Tianxing can't even beat young Miss Xiyuan, what right does he have to be arrogant?" Ning Xiyuan nodded slightly and looked straight at Ji Tianxing. She said in a low voice, "Young Master Tianxing, please enlighten me." Qi Huangji hurriedly stood up and was about to stop him. Ji Tianxing waved his hand, indicating that he did not need to worry. "Since Miss Ning wants to test my strength, I'll naturally accompany you. My bold words can only be verified by the failure of some geniuses." As he spoke, Ji Tianxing stood up and walked out of the study. "Young Master Qi, is there a suitable place for the martial arts competition? I'm afraid that the entire Qi family will be destroyed when the fight starts." Qi Tianlong hurriedly said, "Let's go to the martial arts arena. I've set up a monarch-grade divine formation there. You can fight without worry." Thus, the 4 of them hurried to the martial arts arena. Under Qi Tianlong's instructions, the news quickly spread in the Qi family. Hundreds of Qi family disciples and Ning Xiyuan's guards all rushed to the martial arts arena to watch the fight. The martial arts arena of the Qi family occupied an area of 10,000 feet and could accommodate thousands of people. There was also an arena that looked like a pale blue ball of light. It was only 100 feet wide. In reality, the arena was protected by 3 monarch-grade divine formations and the space inside was 1,000 miles wide. Immortals below the Divine Lord realm could fight without worry as the aftermath would not spread out. 15 minutes later, more than 100 people gathered around the arena. They were all experts of the Qi family and Ning Xiyuan's guards. When the crowd heard the cause of the incident, they carefully sized up Ji Tianxing and commented on him. They took pleasure in his misfortune. "This kid looks ordinary. What qualifications does he have to be our Qi family's consecrator? He must be a swindler. After all, he was hired by the eldest young master. He dares to boast that he is invincible below the Divine Lord realm. Isn't he afraid that the wind will cut his tongue?" He was just bragging, and in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face by Miss Xiyuan. How laughable! Miss Xiyuan is the 5th genius of Tianxue County. She is a true genius. I bet that kid will lose within 3 moves at most. Tisk! You are underestimating Miss Xiyuan. 2 moves at most. 1 move. Miss Xiyuan only needs 1 move to defeat that kid. The crowd was discussing excitedly. Moreover, their voices were very loud. They did not mind that Ji Tianxing was present and mocked him. Ji Tianxing turned a deaf ear to them and remained calm. Qi Huangji, on the other hand, was furious. His face darkened and he secretly made a note of those who mocked him. "After this matter is over, this young master will settle the score with you." Ning Xiyuan glanced at Ji Tianxing and thought to himself, "This person's temperament is as calm as water." Qi Tianlong was also observing him. He secretly sneered, Kid, it's useless to pretend to be calm. Your true colors will be revealed soon. At this moment, Ji Tianxing stepped onto the arena and turned around to beckon Ning Xiyuan with his finger. This frivolous gesture made Ning Xiyuan frown and his eyes turn cold. The Qis and Ning family guards' faces changed and they cursed Ji Tianxing furiously. Qi Huangji was not angry. Instead, he was secretly pleased. Ning Xiyuan, oh Ning Xiyuan, you are always so arrogant and disdainful of me. Later, Brother Tianxing will teach you a lesson and make you beg for mercy. It will be very exciting, right? When he thought of this, Qi Huangji's face changed and he muttered to himself, Someone is humiliating my fiancé. Why am I not angry? Instead, I am happy. This is not right. Forget it. I don't care if it is right or not. As long as I feel good, that's all that matters. At the same time, Ning Xiyuan stepped onto the arena. The two of them were standing 100 miles away from each other in the battling space that was 1,000 miles in radius. After they saluted each other, the battle began. Ning Xiyuan was the first to attack. He turned into a silver stream of light and shot out dozens of fist radiances toward Ji Tianxing. The mountain-like silver fist radiances were like meteors falling from the sky. They were extremely powerful. Ji Tianxing stood on the spot and did not dodge. He only raised his fists slowly when the meteors fell in front of him. He activated the power of 14 laws and compressed his divine power to the extreme. He used all his strength to create two illusory images of dragons and elephants to fight against Ning Xiyuan. Dragon Elephant Divine Fist. Chapter 2792. Boom. There was a deafening sound. The mountain-sized dragon-elephant phantom carried the power of 14 laws and hit the dozens of starry fist radiance head-on. The dragon-elephant phantom was solid like a real primordial divine elephant and 9 true dragons. Its aura was extremely violent and domineering. There were more than a dozen different colored divine lights, representing different nomological powers. Space, earth, blood, 5 elements, stars, and so on. The power of this punch had reached the limit of the heaven god realm and exceeded everyone's imagination. Ning Xiyuan was not the only one who was shocked by the unparalleled pressure. Even outside the ring, more than 100 spectators were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom! Crack! In the next moment, the dragon-elephant phantom swept across the entire arena and burst forth with destructive power. Ning Xiyuan's dozens of starry fist radiance were instantly shattered. The power of the dragon-elephant divine fist did not weaken much and hit her again. Bam! Amidst the muffled sound, Ning Xiyuan's body shook and he was sent flying. She was still in midair, but her face had already turned pale and blood spurted out from her nose and mouth. Although she was wearing the monarch-grade divine armor and had unparalleled defensive power, the power of the dragon-elephant divine fist actually made a dent in the divine armor. The terrifying power penetrated the divine armor's barrier and caused Ning Xiyuan to suffer internal injuries. Originally, Ning Xiyuan was wearing the monarch-grade divine armor to fight with Ji Tianxing. She was considered to have cheated and gained a huge advantage. But no one expected the result. Ji Tianxing only used one move to beat her until she vomited blood and flew out 100 miles in a sorry state. This was simply too unbelievable. Swoosh! Ning Xiyuan flew out 100 miles and barely managed to reduce the impact. She stopped in midair. She was stunned on the spot and did not counterattack. Of course, Ji Tianxing also retracted his fists and stood on the spot calmly. He looked at Ning Xiyuan calmly and asked, "Miss Ning, do you want to continue fighting?" Ning Xiyuan stared at him with a complicated expression. All 3 of his eyes were filled with shock. How did you do it? She could not believe that Ji Tianxing had actually condensed 14 types of law powers. On the other hand, she had only condensed 10 laws and was hailed as one of the top 5 geniuses in Sky Snow County City. In her impression, only Divine Lord Realm powerhouses could condense so many laws. Ji Tianxing said in an indifferent tone, "It's not difficult for those who don't know, but it's not difficult for those who do." This was a useless sentence. It was as good as not saying anything. However, these words were a heavy blow to Ning Xiyuan. Ning Xiyuan's expression became more and more complicated. He secretly gritted his teeth and nodded. "You're very good." "I lost." After saying that, she turned around and flew out of the ring, leaving the martial arts arena without looking back. This was just an exchange of pointers, not a life and death duel, so it was fine to stop at a certain point. Moreover, Ning Xiyuan already had an answer. She was no match for Ji Tianxing. Even if she forcefully carried on fighting, it was also seeking humiliation. Only at this time did the spectators outside the ring come back to their senses. Everyone did not hear Ji Tianxing and Ning Xiyuan's conversation and were also not clear on what was going on. But Ning Xiyuan leaving injured proved that she lost. In a split second, the entire martial arts arena seethed with excitement. The 100 over spectators were all like they had seen a ghost, inexplicably alarmed as they discussed animatedly. "My God! What happened just now? They only exchanged one move and it's over. Just who won? Miss Xiyuan wouldn't have lost, right? Although this result is very shocking, Miss Xiyuan is injured. It's indeed her loss." "Impossible. The person who was one-shot should be that kid. Why is it this result? Are we all seeing things wrongly?" Miss Xiyuan is Sky Snow County City's top 5 genius. How can she possibly be defeated by someone in one move? That kid wouldn't be a divine lord, right? Otherwise, how can he possibly defeat Miss Xiyuan? Right? That kid must have concealed his true strength. He must be a divine lord. Many Qi family disciples and Ning family guards could not accept this result. Everyone exclaimed and discussed animatedly. Qi Tianlong's expression was very complicated. He was both shocked and delighted. He did not expect the result to be so unbelievable. That arrogant guy had actually defeated Ning Xiyuan. And he had only used one move. After all, he was a divine lord expert and could see more clearly than others. He had to admit that the power of Ji Tianxing's punch was indeed several times stronger than Ning Xiyuan's. Even he might not be able to deliver such a powerful punch. After calming down, he was filled with joy. This guy is so strong. He actually defeated Miss Xiyuan in one move. Even if he were to fight Mu Yi and Yuan Jie, he would definitely win. Although he's arrogant, he didn't lie to me. He's really invincible below the divine lord level. Our Qi family has found a treasure this time. Thinking of this, Qi Tianlong could not help but turn to look at Qi Huangji. At this time, Qi Huangji had finally recovered from the shock. His face was flushed with excitement as he waved his fist and cheered. When he met Qi Tianlong's gaze, he raised his head proudly and said provocatively, "Father, how is it? Are you convinced now?" Qi Tianlong's face darkened as he glared at him. "The person who defeated Miss Ning was young Master Tianxing, not you. What are you so proud of? If you had been a little more ambitious, our Qi family would not have fallen to such a state." Yes. You're right." Qi Huangji was in a good mood and did not care about his father's reprimand. He quickly asked, "Father, you have no objections now, right?" Qi Tianlong nodded and said with relief, "You've done so many ridiculous things, but you're finally smart for once. I promise you that young Master Tianxing will be our Qi family's honorary elder." Qi Huangji smiled triumphantly. At this time, Ji Tianxing left the arena and came to his side. Therefore, he said to Qi Tianlong, "Father, let's go to the study now and settle this matter. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition, we have to prepare." Qi Tianlong waved his hand and said, "You little brat, how can you be so heartless? Miss Ning is injured. As her fiancée, you should go and visit her now. I'll talk to young Master Tianxing about the honorary elder." After that, Qi Tianlong was about to send him away. How could Qi Huangji agree? "Father, Miss Ning is proud and arrogant. Now that she is injured and defeated, she must be in a bad mood. If I go and visit her now, she will definitely misunderstand that I'm going to mock her. Let's ignore her and talk about business first." Qi Tianlong was helpless. He could only bring him and Ji Tianxing to the study to discuss the matter. After the three of them left, more than 100 spectators gradually left the arena. However, The crowd gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and were still discussing the battle. The name Young Master Qianxing was firmly etched in everyone's mind. Chapter 2793. In the Patriarch's study, Qi Tianlong was sitting at the head of the table. On the jade table in front of him was a contract and the Patriarch's seal. Inviting a consecrator was a very formal and grand affair. Not only did both parties have to discuss the benefits, but they also had to sign a contract. Qi Tianlong looked at Ji Tianxing and said seriously, "Young Master Tianxing, I didn't see you fight before, so I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition, so let's settle this today and not go through so many formalities." Ji Tianxing sat on the big chair and drank tea. He nodded calmly. Qi Huangji stood at the side, looking like a little follower. He admired Ji Tianxing a lot. Qi Tianlong frowned, but he did not say anything. Ahem, he cleared his throat and said seriously, "Young Master Tianxing, the Qi family has not invited a consecrator for the past 100 years. So, we will pay you according to the standards of other families. From now on, the Qi family will give you 30 million divine stones or resources of the same value every year. In addition, if you make any contributions to the Qi family, there will be other rewards. What you need to do is to stay in the Qi family, follow the Qi family's decisions and arrangements, and protect and help the Qi family to grow stronger. We must work together." Before Qi Tianlong could finish his sentence, Qi Huangji interrupted him with a frown. "Father, 30 million divine stones a year? Aren't you too stingy? The consecrator invited by the city lord's mansion gets 50 million divine stones a year. We are the richest family in Green Mountain City, so we have to give him 60 million. Before Ji Tianxing could even talk about the price, Qi Huangji took the initiative to raise the price. Qi Tianlong was so angry that his liver hurt. He glared at his son and scolded, "Unfilial son, whose side are you on?" Qi Huangji shrunk his neck and whispered, "If young Master Tianxing is the Qi family's consecrator, we will be a family. How much benefits do you have to offer them in order to get them to help us?" Although his voice was not loud, Qi Tianlong and Ji Tianxing were both strong, so they naturally heard him clearly. Ji Tianxing couldn't help but smile. Qi Tianlong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He glared fiercely at Qi Huangji and shouted coldly, "Then 50 million a year. Are you satisfied?" "That's more like it," Qi Huangji muttered again. Qi Tianlong was so angry that his hands trembled. He grabbed the Patriarch's seal and wanted to smash it on Qi Huangji's face. Qi Huangji did not sense the danger and hurriedly urged, "Father, quickly stamp the seal and this matter will be done." Qi Tianlong's face turned even darker. He took a deep breath and said in his heart, "I'll endure it. After all, she's his biological daughter." Moments later, Qi Tianlong and Ji Tianxing signed the contract under the witness of Qi Huangji. 2 contracts, 1 for each person. Qi Tianlong saluted Ji Tianxing and said with a smile, "Young Master Tianxing, we're a family from now on. I hope you'll put in more effort to help the Qi family to a higher level." Ji Tianxing also saluted back and said, "It's my duty. I'll do my best." Qi Tianlong nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "Huangji, empty the west courtyard. That will be the residence of High Official Tianxing in the future. Also, send 2 younger and prettier maids to keep an eye on High Official Tianxing's daily life." Qi Huangji frowned and said, "Father, the west courtyard has been empty for more than 10 years and has been used as a warehouse. How can we let young Master Tianxing live there? Since my eccentric courtyard is being rebuilt, I'll ask the craftsmen to put in more effort to build a more luxurious High Official courtyard for young Master Tianxing to live in. As for the maids, young Master Tianxing has never been close to women. He doesn't even touch the fox god maids in Xingyue Pavilion. There's no need to arrange for them." Qi Tianlong's 2 decisions were overturned by his son on the spot. Moreover, Qi Huangji overstepped his authority and arranged a residence for Ji Tianxing. Qi Tianlong was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he had to maintain his composure. He smiled and said, "All right, then we'll do as you say." Qi Huangji nodded happily and said, "Father, Then you go ahead with your work. I'll show Tianxing around. Go go. Qi Tianlong waved his hand impatiently and hurriedly sent Qi Huangji away. Qi Tianlong couldn't help but want to beat him up if he looked at him or listened to him speak. Then, Qi Huangji led Ji Tianxing out of the study and strolled around the Qi residence. Qi Tianlong also called the housekeeper and guards to spread the news of the high official so that everyone in the residence knew. Although the Qi residence was very big, with more than 4,000 people, the news spread quickly. However, the news spread very quickly. In less than 2 hours, almost everyone knew that the Qi clan had invited a young consecrate. Not long after, another piece of news spread in the residence. The young consecrator had a round of sparring with Ning Xiyuan. The two of them had only exchanged one move in the arena, and Ning Xiyuan had been defeated. This news was like a heavy bomb that was dropped into a lake, causing a huge uproar. When many people heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief and absurdity. However, more than 100 people had seen the fight with their own eyes, proving that the news was true. The thousands of people in the Qi residence were shocked, and they were full of anticipation and curiosity toward the young high official. The Qi residence's disciples, servants, and guards were all discussing this matter. Ning Xiyuan didn't show up for the entire day. Everyone knew without asking that she must be in seclusion to heal her injuries. Moreover, she had been injured in a single move in front of everyone, and it was embarrassing. Qi Huangji brought Ji Tianxing around the Qi residence, then led him to the east courtyard. The east courtyard was where he and a few of the Qi residence's direct descendants lived. Next to it was Tingfeng Garden. It was an elegant and luxuriously decorated courtyard used to entertain distinguished guests. Ning Xiyuan and her guards lived in Tingfeng Garden. The two residences were 100 steps apart, and Qi Huangji had no intention of visiting. He was indeed heartless. When night fell, the Qi residence hosted a sumptuous banquet. This was a family banquet held in the main hall. Only the Qi residence's direct descendants, a few attendants, and Qi Tianlong's family were qualified to attend. The purpose of the family banquet was to welcome Ji Tianxing. At the same time, it was to let the Qi residence's direct descendants see Ji Tianxing with their own eyes. Qin Peipei personally went to invite Ning Xiyuan. As expected, Ning Xiyuan declined the invitation with the excuse of recuperating. At the family banquet, Qi Tianlong and his wife performed the duties of a host without losing their manners. The Qi residence's direct descendants reacted calmly, silently observing Ji Tianxing. No one applauded, and no one was foolish enough to criticize him. Only Qi Huangji was the happiest, and he was very active. Ji Tianxing's expression remained calm, neither servile nor overbearing. No matter how sumptuous the wine and delicacies were, he would stop after tasting them. After the family banquet, the Qi residents still didn't know him well enough. They felt that his identity was mysterious and his strength was unfathomable. The family banquet ended in the middle of the night. Slightly tipsy, Qi Huangji accompanied Ji Tianxing back to the east courtyard to rest. However, as soon as they stepped into the east courtyard, they saw a graceful figure standing outside Ji Tianxing's room. Chapter 2794. Under the dim yellow light. A slim figure stood under the eaves outside the door, casting a long shadow. It was a woman in a long silver dress. She had a voluptuous figure and exquisite curves. She stood quietly outside the door, patiently waiting for something. When Qi Huangji saw her face, he immediately sobered up. Miss Ning? Why are you here? There was no doubt that the woman in the silver dress was Ning Xiyuan. Her armor had been destroyed by Ji Tianxing, so she looked even more noble and elegant in her long dress. When she heard Qi Huangji's voice, she turned around and replied nonchalantly, "I'm waiting for someone." Although she was answering Qi Huangji, her eyes were fixed on Ji Tianxing. Qi Huangji was stunned. He looked at Ji Tianxing with a strange expression. Then, he cupped his hands at Ning Xiyuan and said, "You two continue chatting. I'll take my leave first." Ning Xiyuan had no intention of stopping him. Ji Tianxing frowned and shouted at Qi Huangji, "Young Master Qi, come back." No, no, you two continue chatting. Qi Huanji quickly waved his hand and sped away. Ji Tianxing was speechless. This kid is so careless. Your fiancée came to my room late at night to wait for me, but you weren't there to keep an eye on her? Instead, you ran away even faster? What was he thinking? Ji Tianxing sighed silently. He walked up to Ning Xiyuan and stood 10 steps away from her. He asked, Miss Ning, you're young Master Qi's fiancée, and we're in the Qi residence. You should avoid arousing suspicion. It's already late at night. Let's talk tomorrow. Ning Xiyuan looked at him calmly and said coldly, If I have a clear conscience, why do I have to avoid arousing suspicion? I've been thinking about it all day, but I still can't figure it out. I can't wait until tomorrow. I want to know the answer now. Ji Tianxing understood what she was talking about. He frowned and said, Is this how you ask for advice? Ning Xiyuan stared blankly for a moment and gave him a deep look. Then, she bowed to Ji Tianxing and sincerely said, My name is Ning Xiyuan. I would like to ask Sir Tianxing to enlighten me and teach me how to superimpose the laws. It was very clear that she was very focused on the cultivation of the divine path, and could even be said to be obsessed. After being defeated by Ji Tianxing, she had been wondering how Ji Tianxing had done it. He was actually able to superimpose 14 types of law energies into a single punch and instantly defeat her. The Ning family had several divine lord powerhouses. They were powerful and knowledgeable. However, the few divine lords could only superimpose 4 to 5 nomological powers at a time. That kind of secret technique that superimposed the laws was very ordinary and not very profound. However, Ning Xiyuan could see that Ji Tianxing's secret technique was definitely a top-notch divine ability. Therefore, she disregarded her injuries and also did not avoid arousing suspicion, coming to find Ji Tianxing in the middle of the night. Ji Tianxing said with an indifferent expression, The art of layering laws, let alone you, even divine lord powerhouses yearn for it in their dreams. Miss Ning, you and I have never met before. Why should I teach you? Regarding his reaction, Ning Xiyuan was not surprised in the slightest. She did not say a word, took out a token from her interspatial ring, and handed it in front of Ji Tianxing. This is my Ning family's elder token. I'm giving it to Sir Tianxing as a meeting gift. Apart from this, whatever condition you have, as long as it doesn't exceed the Ning family's ability and doesn't go against morality, I can agree to it. Ji Tianxing raised his brows and said with a light smile, If I want 5 billion divine stones, plus 10 monarch-rank divine artifacts, can you give it too? Ning Xiyuan was stunned for a moment and shook her head lightly and said, I know. The secret technique that Sir Tianxing grasps should be worth this price. But this price is seriously too great. I can't make the decision on my own and still have to consult Father and the few elders. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and transmitted his voice. Divine stones and divine artifacts are all worldly possessions. I don't care about it. But there's one thing, if you can achieve it, I'll impart to you the secret technique. Ning Xiyuan's 2 eyes immediately lit up, revealing a thick look of anticipation. Please speak. Ji Tianxing said with a ruminating smile. Let me ask you first, how many continents are there in the divine world? That was right. He wanted to understand the situation of the other 3 continents and 9 great sea regions through the Ning family's forces. Figuring out this matter was more important than 5 billion divine stones. It was just too bad that Ning Xiyuan frowned and thought for a while, then answered with a question, could it be that there are other continents apart from the vast heaven continent? A hint of disappointment flashed across Ji Tianxing's eyes, and he secretly thought in his heart, indeed so. Based on the Ning family's forces, we also don't have the qualifications to understand the continents outside of vast heaven. He was a little dispirited and he waved his hand and said, Forget it, you can go. After saying that, he walked toward the door and brushed past Ning Xiyuan. How smart was Ning Xiyuan? She immediately understood that she could not do what Ji Tianxing wanted to say. Suddenly, her mood fell, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She cupped her hands at Ji Tianxing and said, Young Master Tianxing, I was rude, please forgive me. But I'll definitely think of a way to fulfill your request. Sorry for the intrusion, goodbye. After saying that, she turned and left without hesitation. After she returned to Tingfeng Garden, a figure walked out from under the big tree in the corner of the courtyard. It was Qi Huanji. He looked at Ji Tianxing's door, then glanced at Tingfeng Garden not far away, and scratched his head in confusion. He was worried that Ning Siyuan would hold a grudge and cause trouble for Ji Tianxing, so he hid at the side and spied on her. But he did not expect that not only was Ning Siyuan not angry, but she was also respectful to Ji Tianxing. The two of them were conversing with each other through divine sense, so he could not hear the content. That was why he was full of doubts. That's strange. Ning Siyuan is such a proud person, but after being injured by young Master Tianxing, she lost face in front of everyone. Based on her personality, she would definitely cause trouble for young Master Tianxing. Or she would leave the Qi mansion in a fit of anger and rush back to Tianxue County City overnight. But not only did she not leave, she did not hold a grudge, and she was even polite to young Master Tianxing. Young Master Tianhang didn't do anything. How did he make Ning Siyuan lower her head? This young Master Tianxing is really mysterious and resourceful. The more Qi Huanji thought about it, the more he admired Ji Tianxing. He quietly returned to his room and prepared to meditate and cultivate. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Oh my God! Could it be that Ning Siyuan was subdued by young Master Tianxing and admired him? Qi Huanji's heart was filled with bitterness and mixed feelings. Tonight, he would not be able to cultivate in peace. On the other side, Ji Tianxing entered the secret chamber and opened the interspatial ring. This dark red interspatial ring was given to him by Qi Tianlong. Inside was half a year's salary paid in advance, which was worth 25 million divine stones. There were 15 million divine stones and 10 million divine stones worth of resources, which were all divine elixirs, medicinal herbs, and talismans. There were more than 80 divine elixirs in total, and only 2 of them were monarch-grade divine elixirs. The rest were heaven-grade divine elixirs. Ji Tianxing took out the 2 monarch-grade divine elixirs, held them in his palm, and used the devouring divine power to cultivate. Although these 2 monarch-grade divine elixirs were used for healing and could not directly increase one's strength. However, Ji Tianxing used the heaven-mending pearl to devour the power of the 2 divine elixirs and absorb their essence to quickly increase his strength. Chapter 2795. When Ji Tianxing entered Green Mountain City, he only had over 20,000 divine stones on him. That was a small fortune that he snatched after killing Lin Wuji. He had tried before using the heaven-mending pearl to devour those divine stones. In the end, he quickly devoured 20,000 divine stones, but the increase in strength was limited. In comparison, it was far from the effect of devouring divine mandates. Therefore, Ji Tianxing was not in a hurry to devour the 15 million divine stones he obtained either. Devouring 2 monarch-rank divine pills first, the effect would definitely be stronger. If it were an ordinary person, refining 2 monarch-rank divine pills would take at least 3 to 5 months. But Ji Tianxing only cultivated for a night and refined the 2 divine pills. Half of the power went to the heaven-mending pearl, and the other half went to him. The result made him very gratified. He successfully broke through to the 7th level celestial deity realm. Fortunately, it was just breaking through a small realm and did not cause any heaven and earth phenomenon. There was also not too much commotion. Apart from himself, no one knew that he broke through at dawn. After reaching the 7th level celestial deity realm, his strength increased more than 3 times, and his foundation became even more profound. The next morning, the morning sun had just risen when Qi Huanji, who did not sleep the entire night, came to knock on Ji Tianxing's door. Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation and left the hidden chamber. The 2 people sat down in the living room. Ji Tianxing asked casually, "Young Master Qi, after today's matter is done, I need a few household registration tokens to settle down my family. Is there a problem?" "A small matter." Qi Huanji nodded absent-mindedly. His expression was somewhat complicated, his eyes dodging, not daring to look straight at Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing saw his abnormality and said with a light smile, "What? Not confident in today's martial competition and a little nervous?" Qi Huangji hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That's not it. With you participating, I'm 100% at ease." Ji Tianxing said with a teasing smile, "Then you're troubled. It must be because of Miss Ning, right?" Last night, when he was talking with Ning Siyuan, Qi Huangji hid in the dark and spied on them. He was well aware. Qi Huangji felt a little awkward when his thoughts were exposed. He hesitated for a moment before he mustered up the courage to ask, "Young Master Tianxing, to tell you the truth, I treat you as a brother. There's something that I've thought about and decided to ask you." Without waiting for him to finish, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said indifferently, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in Ning Siyuan." Qi Huangji was stunned at first, but then he looked relieved. He secretly let out a sigh of relief and patted Ji Tianxing's shoulder. He laughed happily and said, "Brother Tianxing knows me best." Ji Tianxing glanced at him and asked, "Since you care about her, why are you avoiding her?" Qi Huangji shook his head and sighed, "Brother, how can a genius like you understand the pain of trash like us? Ning Siyuan had a noble status, was so beautiful, and was so talented and powerful. As long as it was a male, it was impossible for him not to like her. But I'm not good enough for her. I feel ashamed when I see her." His words came to an abrupt end. Qi Huangji's body stiffened. He stared at the door with an extremely interesting expression. Ji Tianxing turned his head and saw Ning Siyuan standing at the door in her golden armor, staring coldly at Qi Huangji. Although Ning Siyuan didn't say anything, her face was as cold as frost and her eyes were as sharp as swords. Her iceberg aura was too strong. Qi Huangji was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. However, Ji Tianxing acted as if nothing had happened. With a calm expression, he asked, "Miss Ning, are you going to watch the martial arts competition later?" Ning Siyuan withdrew her sharp eyes and nodded. "Yes, I want to see how young Master Tianxing will defeat Yuan Jie and Mu Yi." Ji Tianxing smiled and said, "The result of the martial arts competition will not disappoint you. But that matter will definitely disappoint you." Ning Siyuan nodded calmly and said, "Young Master Tianxing's secret technique is unfathomable. Even if I watch 10 times, I may not be able to comprehend anything. But I won't give up even if there's a tiny bit of hope." The two of them chatted as if there was no one else around and ignored Qi Huangji. Qi Huangji wasn't angry. Instead, he was very grateful to Ji Tianxing and got up to leave as if he was escaping. "Well, you guys talk first. I'll go get ready and send someone to call you later." After saying that, he dashed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The living room quieted down. Ning Siyuan looked at Qi Huangji, who fled in panic, and sighed silently in her heart. If this unambitious guy could learn a little bit from young Master Tianxing, he wouldn't have such a bad reputation. Unknowingly, a quarter of an hour passed. 2 guards hurried over to inform Ji Tianxing and Ning Siyuan. The two of them left the east courtyard together. 4 carriages were parked at the gate of the Qi family's mansion. The carriages were all made of divine gold and inlaid with many divine jades. They were very luxurious. The divine beasts pulling the carriages were 12 snow-white unicorns, very noble and elegant. Each of the unicorns was a rare divine beast that was worth tens of millions of divine stones. In the entire Qingshan city, the Qi family was the only family that could afford to be so extravagant. After all, the Qi family was in the pet business. After everyone had arrived, they got into the carriages and went to the plaza in the city center. Qi Tianlong and the 3 deacons of the Qi family were in the first carriage. Ji Tianxing and Qi Huangji were in the second carriage. Ning Siyuan and her maids were in the third carriage. As for the fourth carriage, several young disciples of the Qi family were in it. They were the best of their generation. A tall arena had been built in the plaza in the city center. The arena was more than 1,000 feet high and was protected by 4 layers of monarch-level formations. On the surface, it looked like a white ball of light with a radius of 10,000 feet. But as a matter of fact, the space inside the ball of light was vast, with a radius of 100 miles. By the time the Qi family's fleet arrived at the plaza, the arena was already crowded with people. At least 200,000 people of the god family had arrived at the plaza in advance and occupied the best places to watch the fight. Of course, there were more than 3 million people of the god family in the Qingshan city. At the moment, more than 100,000 people of the god family were coming from all directions and gathering at the plaza. The martial arts competition was a grand event that was held once every 10 years in the Qingshan city. The 5 major families and the mayor's office could decide the ownership of the Cave of Mystic Light through the martial arts competition. They could also take the opportunity to train their disciples and show their strength to the people of the city. When the 12 unicorns pulled the 4 splendid carriages and flew to the plaza, many people were excited. Countless people cheered loudly as they looked at the Qi family's convoy with burning eyes. They were extremely envious. There were 4 other teams above the plaza. They were the 4 major families that had arrived in advance. Those of the Qi family were standing on a divine warship that was 10,000 feet long. Those of the Feng family were sitting on a huge jade carriage. Those of the other 2 major families were either riding on divine beasts or flying artifacts. All in all, the general public could only watch from the plaza. Only those of the 5 major families and the mayor's office could watch from the sky. Chapter 2796. The square was a hubbub of voices. Looking down from the sky, the ground was crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder. Countless people whispered to each other, sizing up the 5 great families with faces full of awe. The Qi family's 4 carriages stopped in the sky, quietly floating. Qi Tianlong and a few Qi family deacons walked out of the carriages one by one, standing still in the sky. Not far away, the people of the 4 great families cupped their hands to Qi Tianlong. Greetings, Patriarch Qi. Patriarch Qi, why are you here personally today? Every time in the martial arts competition, our 5 families are just side characters. The patriarchs will not come personally. Why is Patriarch Qi in the mood to watch the competition today? Patriarch Qi has gathered so many people. Could it be that your son has broken through and has hope of winning? The people of the 4 great families were all elders, deacons, and direct descendants. The 4 patriarchs were not present. It had been like this for decades. Qi Tianlong was not embarrassed either. He returned the greetings to the people of the great families one by one and greeted them. This seat is late. I've made everyone wait for a long time. In the previous few martial arts competitions, this seat has been busy with business and had no time to watch. Today, I have nothing to do, so I came over to take a look. He said it casually, but there was some confidence in his eyes and tone. The people of the other families noticed a trace of abnormality and immediately became alert. A youth in a brocade robe from the Feng family asked with a smile, "Uncle Qi, this nephew heard that your residents recruited a consecrator yesterday?" Qi Tianlong nodded and said, "There is indeed such a thing. Yesterday, he gave the order to announce this news in the Qi residence and even held a banquet. His purpose was not just to let the Qi family know. The people of the other 4 great families and the city lord's residence would definitely also know the news. This way, it was considered informing in advance and did not violate the rules." In the crowd of the Qi family, a burly red-haired youth said with a playful smile, "Uncle Qi, this nephew heard that the consecrator is very young. Was it Brother Huanji who insisted on recruiting him?" An elder of the Yuqi family stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I heard that the young man has not reached the Divine Lord realm yet and can also be a consecrator for the richest Qi family?" The last to speak was the 2nd elder of the Lu family. He said with a smile, "Does everyone still not understand?" The Qi family's patriarch had invited an expert to represent the Qi family in this competition. Otherwise, how can a celestial deity realm brat have the qualifications to be a retainer? The aristocratic families appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but in reality, they were all in Green Mountain City, and there was no lack of scheming against each other. The 4 families understood Qi Tianlong's intention and questioned him in front of everyone. Qi Tianlong had long been mentally prepared. His expression remained unchanged. He smiled and waved his hand. "Everyone, please don't make fun of me. It's my son's fault for being too immature. My son and young master Tianxing hit it off at first sight and even wanted to become sworn brothers, insisting on keeping young master Tianxing in the Qi clan. I had no choice. I couldn't persuade that unfilial son, so I could only use this method. The people from the 4 great clans were all cunning old foxes. How could they not understand that he was evading the responsibility? But everyone knew that Qi Huangji's actions were preposterous. It was the Qi clan's business to hire a consecrate. No one could interfere, so they let it go. The Lu clan's second elder raised his eyebrows and smiled. Everyone, before the martial arts competition begins, this old man would like to introduce a junior to all of you. His name is Mu Yi, and he's the nephew of our patriarch. He's been learning martial arts in the Bloodsword sect. Recently, he left the mountain and returned to the Lu clan to reunite with his family. As a member of the Lu clan, he naturally has to do his best for this martial arts competition. As his voice fell, a cold-looking young man in red robes walked out from the Lu clan's crowd. He held a sword in his arms. It was Mu Yi. Qi Tianlong's expression changed slightly when he saw this person, and his eyes narrowed. The people from the other 3 aristocratic families all looked at Mu Yi with vigilant gazes. Mu Yi glanced at Qi Tianlong expressionlessly, then turned to look at the Qi clan's carriage, as if looking for Qi Huangji. But Qi Huangji and Ji Tianxing sat in the carriage and didn't show themselves. Mu Yi could only withdraw his gaze and return to the crowd. From beginning to end, his expression was cold and indifferent, and he didn't even bother to look at the people from the other aristocratic families. Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, the Lu clan's second elder smiled proudly and looked at Qi Tianlong playfully. Qi Tianlong glanced at him and didn't say anything, but he sneered inwardly. The Lu clan is really ruthless. In order to obtain the profound light cave, they actually compromised with the Bloodsword sect. He despised the Lu clan's behavior, but he was worried. Because he knew that Mu Yi was very strong, very strong. In the Qi clan's second carriage, Qi Huangji pointed at the people from the 4 aristocratic families and introduced them to Ji Tianxing. Over there are people from the Feng clan. Their main business is divine weapons. That guy in luxurious clothes who looks frivolous is the young master of the Feng clan, Feng Qingling. In Qingshan City, he's the infamous playboy, a slut. In the martial arts competition later, each clan can send 2 people to participate, and Feng Qinglang will definitely go on stage. However, his strength is average, and I've already defeated him 3 times. According to the rules, the other person is his younger cousin, and his strength is slightly stronger than his. Young Master Tianxing, to the east are people from the Qi clan. That red-haired kid is called Qi Jin, the young master of the Qi clan. He has a bad temper and doesn't get along with me normally, and often finds trouble with me. Although he's the same as me, a 9th-level celestial god, I can't beat him. The group of people in the southeast are from the Yuqi clan. They're mainly proficient in formations and saber arts. Pay attention to that skinny, dark-robed kid. That's Yuqi Changkong, the second young master of the Yuqi clan. That guy is a martial arts fanatic. He's not interested in power or wealth, and is wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the divine Tao. I heard that his saber arts have improved recently, and he's mastered a saber array. If you go up against him, you have to be careful. To the south are people from the Lu clan. They're the most sinister. The Lu clan is really despicable. They actually negotiated with the Bloodsword sect to have Mu Yi pretend to be the nephew of the Lu clan's patriarch. Look at Mu Ye's arrogant face. It's simply disgusting. Young Master Tianxing, if you go up against him, you must beat him up until he's looking for his teeth on the ground. When talking about the Lu clan and Mu Yi, Qi Huangji's emotions were agitated and filled with hatred. Ji Tianxing glanced at him and asked, "When Mu Yi went to the Qi clan, did he humiliate you in front of your face?" Qi Huangji didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit admission. Ji Tianxing patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll help you vent your anger." But Qi Huangji hurriedly nodded, revealing an expectant smile. At this moment, a luxurious carriage drove over from the northern sky. The crowd in the plaza immediately cheered. Countless God clan members were shouting the name Xianxia, their expressions rather excited and fanatical. Without a doubt, the people from the city lord's mansion had arrived. Chapter 2797. The city lord mansion's extravagance was very large, surpassing the 5 great families. Not only were there over 100 guards present, there were also 2 divine lord powerhouses holding the line. One was the deputy city lord, the other was the city lord mansion's consecrator. The city lord did not come. The most honorable person in the team was actually not the deputy city lord. It was the young city lord in a golden robe with a jade crown on his head, the handsome and divine Xianxia. This person was nearly 10 feet tall, with a valiant figure and a jade-like face. His entire body exuded an elegant and luxurious aura. He had just stepped down from the carriage and appeared in front of everyone when the square burst into cheers and screams. Among them, the vast majority were young women. They looked at Xianxia with eyes full of admiration, very passionate. Xianxia was not arrogant, overlooking the square with a smile on his face, waving at the hundreds of thousands of people. After all, he was the young city lord. If there were no accidents, the next city lord position would be his. In front of the common people, of course he had to appear elegant. But the young disciples of the 5 great families all had indifferent faces, secretly sneering in their hearts. Qi Huanji, who was sitting in the carriage, said with a face full of disdain, "Pretentious guy, really hypocritical to the extreme." However, those commoners were fooled by him. Countless women still treat him as their dream lover. What kind of world is this? Ji Tianxing glanced at him and dismissed it with a smile. At this point, the people from the 5 great families and the city lord mansion were all present. The deputy city lord and consecrator stepped forward, looking at the crowd with a solemn expression, and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, today is our Green Mountain City's once-in-a-decade grand event. This grand event is glorious and grand, conducted under the supervision of all the common people, absolutely fair and just. The rules of this martial arts competition are the same as the previous few. The 5 great families and the city lord mansion can each send 2 young disciples to participate. The participants are not more than 1,000 years old, and their strength does not exceed the divine lord realm. The purpose of this martial arts competition is to exchange pointers and learn from each other. Everyone must remember, do not go overboard, and do not take other people's lives. Otherwise, the city lord mansion will severely punish according to the laws of the kingdom of God." The deputy city lord and consecrator announced the rules in front of everyone, then began to arrange the drawing of lots. The 5 great families and 400,000 common people had long been clear about the rules and process of the martial arts competition. Everyone wanted to skip these formalities and directly watch the geniuses fight on the stage. At this time, the deputy city lord said loudly, "The first round of the competition will now begin. Everyone, please come and draw lots." As he spoke, the deputy city lord waved his hand and 6 golden lights floated in the sky. Shua! Shua! Qi Tianlong and the heads of the various families flew to the front of the deputy city lord and prepared to draw lots. Qi Huanji took the opportunity to introduce the rules to Ji Tianxing. In the first round, the 6 clans will draw lots to determine their opponents, and they'll fight in pairs. The winner would advance to the next round, while the loser would be eliminated. Moreover, each family had to send 2 people to compete on the stage. This depended on the individual's strength as well as the tacit understanding and cooperation between the 2. The city lord's mansion was able to win for 60 years, not only because Xianxia was strong enough, but also because he and Yuantai cooperated very well. Yuantai is the governor's nephew and Xianxia's cousin. He's a bit stronger than me. At this point, Qi Huanji was a little worried. He said, "Young Master Tianxing, although you're very strong, everyone can see that. But if the 2 of us go on stage together, I'm afraid we'll be a burden to you." Ji Tianxing shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry, just do your best." Hearing his words, Qi Huanji's heart calmed down and he felt more confident. At this time, the heads of the 6 families had finished drawing lots. The deputy city lord announced the results of the draw in public. The first round of the competition. The first round, the Feng family against the Qi family. The second round, the Qi family against the Lu family. The third round, the Yuqi family against the city lord's mansion. When the crowd heard the results, the 400,000 people in the square burst into cheers and discussions. The people from the 5 major families had complicated expressions. Some were happy, while others were sad. Qi Huangji was overjoyed. He secretly clenched his fists and said, "That's great. We'll fight the Feng family in the first round. Won't that be a piece of cake?" The people from the Lu family were very calm. The second elder had a confident smile on his face. As for the members of the Yuqi family, their expressions were somewhat unsightly as they revealed worried expressions. After all, the city lord's mansion was recognized as the most powerful family. The 2 young geniuses from the Yuqi family were not confident that they could defeat the Yuan brothers. Soon, the heads of the 6 families returned to their respective teams. The deputy city lord announced the start of the first round. Swoosh! A white light flashed. 2 figures flew out from the Feng family's team and entered the arena in the middle of the square. The person in the lead was the young master of the Feng family, Feng Qinglang. He stood in the arena with his left hand behind his back and a silver sword in his right hand. He held his head high with confidence. He looked at the people from the Qi family with a cold smile and said frivolously, "Qi Huangji, what are you waiting for? It's no use being afraid of being beaten. You'll crawl home today." The moment he said that, the square was filled with laughter. Many people knew that Feng Qinglang and Qi Huangji were competing. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. After all, both of them were celebrities in Qingshan City. The 2 most useless good-for-nothings both wanted to prove to everyone that the other one was the worst of them all. The person next to Feng Qinglang was a skinny young man in a black robe. His name was Feng Jin, and he was Feng Qinglang's cousin. He had a dull personality and was a man of few words. He was always expressionless and did not have a presence. After stepping into the arena, he held the black divine sword and stared coldly at the people from the Qi family. Swoosh! Qi Huangji and Ji Tianxing walked out of the carriage and flew into the arena. When the 2 of them stood still on the stage, countless people's gazes landed on Ji Tianxing. It was the first time that the people from the aristocratic families, the city lord's mansion, and the people in the square saw Ji Tianxing. The crowd looked at him with complicated expressions and broke out into a discussion. Is that the young man the Qi family invited to serve them? Isn't he too young? How can an unknown young man be their Qi family's Qi family's Qi family's Qi family's Qi family's Qi family? What is the Qi family thinking? Are they going to let Qi Huangji do whatever he wants? Sigh. The Qi family's wealth is going to be ruined by Qi Huangji. This is going to be a good show. If the Qi family's Huangji can't even defeat the disciple of the Feng family, it will be embarrassing. The aristocratic families and the hundreds of thousands of people were gloating over Qi Huangji's misfortune. In the arena, Feng Qinglang pointed his sword at Ji Tianxing and laughed arrogantly. This is the Qi family's Huangji that they spent so much money to invite? Qi Huangji, you prodigal son. You did not disappoint. It's one thing for you to lose your mind, but why is your father so senile? Qi Huangji was not the only one who was infuriated. In the Qi family's carriage, Qi Tanlong frowned and his face darkened. Qi Huangji was about to retaliate. At this moment, a white light flashed beside him and Ji Tianxing disappeared. In the next moment, Ji Tianxing appeared in front of Feng Qinglang out of thin air and kicked out at the speed of light. Chapter 2798. From the moment Ji Tianxing made his move to the moment he kicked Feng Qinglang, only half a second had passed. His speed was so fast that it was beyond everyone's expectations. In fact, the 400,000 people and the people of the major aristocratic families were still in a daze. When Feng Qinglang's laughter stopped abruptly and he realized the danger, it was too late for him to dodge. Bam! There was a muffled explosion. Ji Tianxing's kick landed on Feng Qinglong's face and sent him flying. While he was still in midair, his face was already distorted and blood was spurting out of his mouth. He drew an arc in the air and flew for hundreds of miles before he stopped. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Not only were the aristocratic families stunned, but the 400,000 citizens in the square were also dumbfounded. No one had expected the Qi family's consecrator to be so powerful. Without even saying a word, he attacked at lightning speed and destroyed Feng Qinglong's face in an instant. According to the usual practice, both parties would attack, ridicule, and humiliate each other before they started to fight. This would not only affect the atmosphere of the audience, but it would also affect the opponent's mentality. However, no one had expected to meet such an unruly person like Ji Tianxing. Too powerful. Feng Qinglong flew for hundreds of miles and landed on the ground with a loud thud. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Until now, he still hadn't come to his senses. His head was still buzzing and his eyes were seeing stars. Feng Jinan finally came to his senses. He shouted angrily and drew his divine blade, slashing it at Ji Tianxing with all his might. However, before he could unsheath his saber, Ji Tianxing teleported in front of him and kicked him again. Bam! With a muffled sound, the kick landed on his chest. He flew for hundreds of miles and landed beside Feng Qinglong with a loud thud. After he landed, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before he staggered to his feet. However, only a single breath had passed since then. After a moment of silence, the audience broke out into earth-shattering exclamations and discussions. Wow! What happened just now? Did I see that wrongly? That's too powerful. The Qi family's consecrator killed the Feng brothers instantly. That Qi clan's consecrator is so despicable. He didn't play by the rules. The 400,000 commoners were in an uproar. Countless people cheered, but there were also people who cursed Ji Tianxing for being despicable. The people from the 5 great clans and the city lord's mansion came back to their senses. They all revealed shocked and gloating expressions. Even Qi Tonglong was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Qi Huangji was still rooted to the spot, staring at Ji Tianxing with his mouth agape. He knew that Ji Tianxing was very strong, but he did not expect that Ji Tianxing was actually this strong. He had just thought of what to say and was about to scold Feng Qinglong. However, the battle ended in the blink of an eye. This battle seems to have nothing to do with me? Qi Huangji scratched his head and gave Ji Tianxing a thumbs up. "Brother, you're awesome," he exclaimed. After saying that, he swaggered to the front of the Feng brothers and looked down at Feng Qinglong. He said proudly, "Sigh. Feng Qinglong, my brother Feng. I haven't even made a move and you're already down. How can you be so weak? Didn't you just say that you want me to crawl home? Come on, stand up if you dare. Let's fight for 300 rounds." Qi Huangji patted his chest loudly as he spoke, his face full of lofty aspirations and lofty aspirations. That look on his face was extremely despicable. Just as Feng Qinglong was about to get up, he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Qi Huangji, you're King shameless." He roared as blood spewed out of his mouth. Qi Huangji quickly took 2 steps back and pointed at him. "Feng Qinglong, you're slandering me." All 400,000 commoners saw it. Feng Qinglong was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He glared at Qi Huangji with bloodshot eyes. Luckily, Feng Jinan was still calm. He turned to the vice city lord and consecrator Shi and shouted, "Consecrator Qi attacked us sneakily. Vice city lord, please punish him." Feng Qinglong was stunned for a moment before he roared, "That's right. Consecrator Qi is despicable. He took the opportunity to sneak attack me. Otherwise, how could I have fallen for his attack?" The Feng brothers' angry roars silenced the entire place. The leaders of the various families looked at the vice city lord and consecrator Shi, waiting for their decision. Both of them frowned and discussed in a low voice how to deal with the situation. Ji Tianxing said calmly, "The vice city lord announced the start of the battle and we stepped into the arena. From that moment on, the battle had already begun. How can you say that it was a sneak attack?" Qi Huangji quickly chimed in, "That's right." The battle had already started. Feng Qinglang talked too much and tried to buy time. Young Master Tianxing was too lazy to waste time with him. That's why he defeated him with one kick. Everyone saw it. The hundreds of thousands of commoners and the people from the major families thought about it and nodded. After the Vice City Lord and Consecrator Sure finished their discussion, they announced loudly, "This is not a sneak attack. Stepping into the arena means that the battle has begun. I hope that everyone will pay attention to this point in the upcoming battle." When Feng Qinglang heard this, he became even angrier. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. The Vice City Lord looked at him and said, "Now, you can choose to admit defeat or continue the battle." The Feng brothers fell silent. Although Feng Qinglang was furious, he gradually calmed down. He knew that Consecrator Qi was powerful enough to crush both of them. Even if they forced themselves to continue the battle, they would only be asking for trouble. If they were seriously injured, it would affect their future cultivation of the divine path. It would not be worth it. After hesitating for a while, Feng Qinglang gritted his teeth and said, "We admit defeat." The Vice City Lord nodded and announced the result loudly. The Qi family wins the first battle. Feng Qinglang and Feng Jinan supported each other and turned to leave the arena. Before leaving the arena, he glared fiercely at Qi Huangji and Ji Tianxing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just you wait." Qi Huangji was in a good mood. He laughed proudly and said, "Wait for what? Do you want to slander us again?" Feng Qinglang was so angry that his body trembled. The blood in his chest churned, and he almost vomited blood again. At the critical moment, Feng Jinan grabbed him and dragged him out of the arena. Ji Tianxing and Qi Huangji did not stay any longer. They also left the arena and flew back to the Qi family's carriage. At the same time, the people from the three aristocratic families and the Vice City Lord mansion were discussing secretly. That Consecrator Qi from the Qi family is indeed quite powerful. The Feng brothers are too useless. They were defeated by that kid in an instant. We didn't even see what happened. When the Consecrator Qi attacked the Feng brothers, he did not use any divine ability, so we couldn't see anything. But the more he acted like this, the more it proves that he is hiding his strength. Everyone must be careful. No wonder Qi Tianlong invited that kid to be his consecrator. Qi Huangji is a brainless playboy, but Qi Tianlong is not a fool. It seems that Consecrator Qi is targeting Yuanjia. He has a good chance of winning. Chapter 2799. The first battle ended inexplicably just like that. The aristocratic families and the city lord's residents did not see through Ji Tianxing's background. The 400,000 civilians didn't see any splendid moves, nor did they see any marvelous skills or secret arts. In short, it was not exciting at all. The Feng brothers were the most depressed. They had lost so much face in front of everyone, but they had no way to seek redress. They were extremely sullen. The happiest people were of course the Qi family. Qi Tianlong smiled. His impression and evaluation of Ji Tianxing had increased by another level. Although this kid is arrogant, he is very smart. This is just the first battle. He defeated the Feng brothers in a flash without revealing his abilities. This way, Yuanjie and Mu Yi will not be able to see through him and will not be able to guard against him. In the third carriage, Ning Xiuan was also watching the battle. Ever since Ji Tianxing stepped onto the arena, she had been staring at him intently. Her gaze had never left him. She wanted to observe Ji Tianxing's battle and comprehend the law layering technique. But she did not expect that Ji Tianxing would use such a simple move to defeat the Feng brothers. He did not even use any divine powers or secret techniques, let alone the law layering technique. Ning Xiuan was disappointed and a little frustrated. She could not help but curse, "Despicable guy. Does he not want me to see through him?" At this moment, the second battle began. The Qi family versus the Lu family. The first two people to go on stage were the Qi family's young master, Qi Jin, and his cousin, Ji Qi. Qi Jin's body was as sturdy as an iron tower. He had a head of red hair and wore dark red armor. He was arrogant and had a fiery temper. He held a broadsword that was as wide as a bench. Ji Qi was slimmer. He wore golden armor and held 2 golden swords in his hands. He was full of fighting spirit. The 2 brothers stood on the stage 1,000 feet away from each other, waiting for the Lu family to step onto the stage. Swoosh! An ordinary-looking young man flew out from the Lu family's crowd. This person was the young master of the Lu clan. His appearance were ordinary, and his strength was also average. 9th level Heavenly God Realm, slightly stronger than Feng Qinglang and Qi Huanji, but on par with Qi Jin. After young Master Lu went up the stage, Mu Yi carried his divine sword and slowly stepped onto the stage. He was quite a distance away from young Master Lu. He stood on the stage expressionlessly, as if he was admiring himself and ignoring everyone else. Not only the people from the 5 aristocratic families, but even the hundreds of thousands of people in the square could see Mu Ye's arrogance. Qi Jin's eyes lit up. He sneered and said, "Lu Fei, your cousin Mu Yi is quite cocky. Not only did he not put us in his eyes, he even ignored you." TSK, he's a disciple of the Blood Sword sect after all. He's really arrogant and condescending. Lu Fei was a man of few words and was not good with words. In the face of Qi Jin's provocation, he simply kept his mouth shut. Mu Yi, on the other hand, reacted. He slowly raised his head and looked at Qi Jin. He said disdainfully, "You talk too much. Do you want to be like the trash of the Feng clan?" This sentence infuriated Qi Jin and the Feng clan. After being humiliated in public again, the Feng clan brothers were almost driven mad. They glared at Mu Yi with fire spewing out of their eyes. Qi Jin also sneered. "Ha, you're really arrogant, kid. But I don't know what you're capable of. What right do you have?" As he spoke, Qi Jin used all of his strength and swung his broadsword at Mu Yi. Ultimate Crimson cooperated well with him and instantly used his sword arts to attack from the side. Mu Yi was not worried in the slightest in the face of the Qi brothers' attacks. Instead, he sneered. "Useless chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow." As he spoke, he punched at Ultimate Crimson with his left hand and slashed at Qi Jin with his right. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Instantly, 16 bloody fist lights the size of mountains descended from the sky and blasted at Ultimate Crimson. 49 dazzling sword lights, carrying the power of 4 laws, slashed at Qi Jin. The space within 100 miles of the stage was instantly filled with bloody light, turning it into chaos. In the face of Mu Ye's powerful might, the Qi brothers' expressions changed. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. However, it was too late for them to change their moves. Bam, bam, bam. In the next instant, the sky full of divine arts collided with a deafening explosion. The Qi brothers' divine arts attack was directly shattered and dissipated on the spot. Meanwhile, the bloody fist lights and sword shadows did not lose their power and drowned the Qi brothers' figures. Qi Jin was hit by more than 30 sword lights. His monarch-grade divine armor also caved in a few cracks. His internal organs were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ultimate Crimson's outcome was even worse. He was directly smashed to the ground by more than a dozen fist lights, his face covered in blood. Even though the Qi family was in the divine weapon business. The Qi brothers' weapons and armor were all low-grade monarch-grade divine artifacts. However, Mu Ye's divine sword was also a monarch-grade divine artifact. Its strength was even more unfathomable. Both sides had only exchanged one blow, and the Qi brothers were already injured. Lu Fei stood in the corner of the stage, with no intention of interfering. He quietly watched the scene. Clearly, he had long expected that Mu Yi could deal with the Qi brothers alone. This was a great humiliation to the Qi brothers. The 2 brothers were violent and unyielding. They were unwilling to admit defeat. They once again flew into the sky and attacked Mu Yi with all their strength. Scarlet flames destroy the world. Heaven-splitting scarlet wave slash. The 2 brothers exploded with their strongest divine power and used their trump cards. All of a sudden, The crimson divine flames filled the entire arena. More than 30 scarlet flame slashes that could split heaven and earth slashed towards Mu Yi. Mu Yi was still calm. He held the divine sword with both hands and used the blood sword sect's divine art's secret technique. Blood Blade Storm. His figure instantly disappeared and merged with the blood-red sword. A monstrous hurricane blew in the arena. The blood-red hurricane splashed out thousands of blood-red sword lights, drowning the arena within 100 miles. Thus, the four figures disappeared. The entire arena had turned into a huge fireball with flames surging into the sky. Rumble, muffled sounds, as well as ping colliding sounds, constantly erupting in the ring. The arena was shaking nonstop. Even the ground of the huge square was shaking. Such a magnificent scene of destruction caused countless people to cheer and shout in excitement. The experts of the various large families were also dazzled and revealed expressions of shock. After a long while, the blood and fire that filled the sky in the arena gradually dissipated. The deafening explosions also gradually stopped. Only then did everyone see the situation clearly. They saw that Lu Fei was still holding his sword and standing in the corner of the arena. He hadn't made a move. The Qi brothers were lying on the ground, covered in blood. They were constantly twitching and trembling. Both of their armors were heavily damaged and had dozens of holes. They looked like a pile of scrap metal. They were in a very sorry state. As for Mu, he stood above the heads of the Qi brothers, holding the divine sword with an expressionless face, looking cold and arrogant. After a moment of silence, the audience burst into deafening cheers. Chapter 2800. There was no doubt that the Lu family had won. The Qi brothers were heavily injured, and it was a tragic sight. On the other hand, Lu Fei and Mu Yi were completely unscathed. Mu Yi only used 2 moves to kill the Qi brothers. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Mu Yi's performance could be said to be stunning. Countless people were shocked and fearful. The people of the major families looked at Mu Yi in a different light. They were full of caution and vigilance. At the same time, they were also hostile to the Lu family and secretly discussed. When did the Lu family invite such a genius? Mu Yi is a disciple of the Blood Sword sect? When did the Lu family have a relationship with the Blood Sword sect? How could the Lu family patriarch have a nephew? And he's still cultivating in the Blood Sword sect? The situation doesn't seem right. Mu Yi's secret technique actually used 5 types of laws. It's unbelievable. He's not a divine lord, but he has the methods of a divine lord. He has a high chance of defeating Yuan Jie and helping the Lu family obtain the profound light cave. The people of the major families discussed. Even the people of the city lord's mansion felt the pressure. The hundreds of thousands of people in the square cheered and discussed for a long time. Everyone was excited. Many people worshipped Mu Yi. Ji Tianxing had killed the Feng brothers in 1 move and Mu Yi had used 2 moves to defeat the Qi brothers. But the people didn't think that Ji Tianxing was strong. Instead, they thought that Mu Yi was stronger. After all, this battle was very entertaining. Bloody flames filled the sky and a storm of swords. What a beautiful and magnificent scene. After a while, the Vice City Lord shouted, "Everyone, quiet down." Only then did the discussions in the square gradually stop. After the square quieted down, the Vice City Lord expressionlessly announced, "I declare that the Lu family wins the 2nd battle." Then the 3rd battle began. The Yuqi family against the City Lord's mansion. The first person to enter the stage was naturally the handsome and elegant young City Lord, Yuan Jie. His golden robe fluttered as he strode onto the stage and stood proudly on it. Then Yuan Tai, who was wearing black armor, flew onto the stage. He wore armor and a helmet, revealing only his eyes. He held a saber in his hand. Compared to the glorious Yuan Jie, he had no sense of existence, just like Yuan Jie's bodyguard. Although his talent and aptitude were also very outstanding, surpassing that of the young masters of the aristocratic families. But compared to Yuan Jie, he was somewhat overshadowed. Fortunately, Yuan Tai had long since gotten used to living under Yuan Jie's boundless golden light. He was willing to hide in the shadows and be an insignificant person. After the Yuan brothers went up the stage, the hundreds of thousands of people were in an uproar. Countless young women were so excited that their faces were flushed red as they loudly shouted Yuan Jie's name. Yuan Jie enjoyed the adoration and worship of the crowd. He was in a good mood and his face was full of smiles. As for the Yuchi family's 2 battle participants, they were practically ignored by everyone. The leader was the Yuchi family's young master, Yuchi Changtian. This person was over 3 m tall and had a dignified appearance. His eyes glowed with a terrifying light, and he emanated a mighty and domineering aura. Unfortunately, he was still not strong enough. The Yuchi family's strongest youth genius was the second young master, Yuchi Changkong. That dark and skinny youth in green robes was Green Mountain City's famous martial arts fanatic. After the 2 brothers went up the stage, they looked at Yuan Jie expressionlessly, their eyes somewhat solemn. Yuan Jie did not have the slightest bit of enmity. He cupped his hands at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "2 Yuchi brothers, our 2 families have been friends for 1,000 years. Today is just a spar. Let's stop when it's appropriate to avoid harming the harmony." Even if he really wanted to trample the other party underfoot in his heart, Yuan Jie's face revealed a kind smile. The commoners who did not know would really think that the 2 families had a deep relationship and felt that Yuan Jie was docile and respectful. Yuchi Changtian sneered coldly in his heart. Unwilling to feign civility with Yuan Jie, he nodded and said, "Many thanks, young city lord. Then let's begin." Yuan Jie made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, "2 brothers after you. Then we won't be courteous." Yuchi Changtian did not stand on ceremony either. He immediately mustered 100% of his power and brandished his battle saber to kill Yuan Tai. At the same time, Yuchi Changkong's left hand formed a divine art and his right hand brandished a divine saber, attacking Yuan Jie with all his might. Skyblade Prison Locking Formation. Bush, bush, bush. Yuchi Changkong used his ultimate move right off the bat, releasing the newly learned saber formation. In a split second, tens of thousands of 5-colored saber lights covered 100 miles of space, forming a saber formation seething with murderous aura. Inside the saber formation, the Yuchi brothers' combat power skyrocketed by 2 times, and their movements became more agile. Yuan Jie's expression did not change. He pulled out his divine sword calmly and used his ultimate divine ability. Star Moon Sky's Splitting Sword. His left hand formed a sword art, and his right hand brandished the sword, slashing out starlight that filled the sky. Bush, bush, bush. In a blink of an eye, more than 36,000 rays of starlight sword lights also formed 100 miles of sword formation. Seeing this scene, the several major aristocratic families and hundreds of thousands of commoners all revealed looks of surprise. Is this a sword formation divine ability? I've never seen the young city lord use it before. Too inconceivable. The young city lord did not make a move for 10 years and actually mastered another divine ability, mystic art. Sword formation versus saber formation, this is going to be exciting. In my opinion, this battle has no suspense. The young city lord will definitely win. Just as everyone was discussing, the 4 people in the ring already launched a fierce battle. The figures of the 4 geniuses were like flowing lights streaking across the sky, twisting and turning in the ring, flashing continuously. Saber lights and sword lights that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were like heaven-splitting blades, constantly slashing at each other. The 5-colored dazzling light was more dazzling than the sun and moon, constantly blooming in the ring. Loud rumbling sounds also lingered on incessantly, shaking the ring and square until it trembled. This battle lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. Both sides exchanged more than 20 moves before the victor was finally decided. The result was as the commoners expected. The Yuan brothers won. Yuchi Changkong's saber formation as well as his exquisite saber technique were all broken by Yuan Jie. When the battle ended, the Yuchi brothers were all seriously injured, half kneeling on the ring covered in blood, using their divine sabers to support themselves on the ground. In contrast, The two brothers of the Yuan family only suffered minor injuries, insignificant. Especially Yuan Jie, his golden robe was intact, not a strand of his hair out of place, still elegant and graceful. The Yuchi brothers were full of unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do and could only open their mouths to admit defeat. The young city lord sword technique is unparalleled, even better than before. We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. Yuan Jie hurriedly went forward and helped the Yuchi brothers up, saying humbly, "Brother Yuchi, you flatter me. I am ashamed to accept it. Injuries are inevitable in a battle on the ring, but this was not my original intention. Please forgive me." In front of hundreds of thousands of commoners, Yuan Jie displayed the characteristics of modesty, gentleness, and kindness. Naturally, countless commoners expressed admiration and love for him. Many young women also admired and were even more infatuated with him, their eyes full of jealousy. Chapter 2801. The first round of the competition ended. The Feng, Qi, and Yuchi families had all been eliminated. In the previous 6 competitions, they had all failed. They had not won a single time. It was fine if they lost this time. They did not expect to win in the first place. However, the Feng and Qi families were not convinced and lost very sullenly. If they had lost to the City Lord Mansion, it would have been reasonable. However, they had actually lost to the Qi and Lu families. One had to know that the young disciples of these two families were the weakest among the 6 forces. Most importantly, the Qi and Lu families had both invited external help. The Qi family had invited a consecrator, and the Lu family had a young genius who was a disciple of the Blood Sword sect. This was simply cheating. Feeling aggrieved, the people from the Feng clan and the Qi clan both hoped that the City Lord's mansion would be able to crush everyone as usual. The brothers Yuan Jie and Yuan Tai could defeat the Qi and Lu families and trample them under their feet. Only then could the anger of the Feng and Qi families be appeased. Only then would they be able to keep their faces. In any case, they could not defeat the City Lord Mansion. No one had the right to mock the other. An hour later, the Qi, Lu, and City Lord Mansion began the second round of the competition. The first thing to do was still to draw lots. According to the results of the draw, 2 forces would be chosen to fight. The loser would be eliminated, and the winner would fight with the third force to determine the final outcome. Yuan Jie, Qi Tianlong, and the Lu family's second elder all flew to the deputy city lord and began to draw lots. Soon, the results of the draw were out. What was slightly surprising was that the 2 forces participating in the first round were the City Lord Mansion and the Qi family. The Lu family was very lucky to have a bye. After the deputy city lord announced the results, hundreds of thousands of people burst into cheers, praising the City Lord Mansion for being fair and just. The deputy city lord just laughed it off. Yuan Jie seized this opportunity to gain a good impression of the City Lord Mansion. However, the draw was really a matter of luck. I hereby announce the start of the first battle of the second round. After the people quietened down, the deputy city lord announced the start of the competition. Yuan Jie flew into the arena first and stood proudly in the middle with a confident smile on his face. Yuan Tai followed behind and stared at the Qi family members expressionlessly. Hundreds of thousands of commoners erupted into earth-shattering cheers. They were all shouting slogans like, "Yuan Jie will definitely win," and "The City Lord's Mansion is the strongest." This battle had yet to begin, but the City Lord Manor's momentum had already overwhelmed the Qi family. At least 60 to 70% of the citizens believed that the City Lord's Mansion would win. Everyone from the Qi family had a grave expression on their faces. Several deacons and young disciples were secretly discussing whether or not the Qi family had any hope of winning. In fact, Qi Tianlong was not confident. Although he had seen with his own eyes how Ji Tianxing defeated Ning Siyuan in one move. However, he knew that the sparring match was just an accident. There were too many uncertainties. He was still unclear about Ji Tianxing's true strength. In the entire Qi family, Qi Huangji was probably the only one who had high hopes for Ji Tianxing. Shua! Ji Tianxing and Qi Huangji flew across the sky and landed steadily on the arena. Their appearance on the arena was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Unlike Yuan Jie, who showed off his movement skills when he entered the arena and struck a cool pose when he landed on the arena. The four of them stood on the arena 10 miles away from each other. Yuan Jie ignored Qi Huangji and stared at Ji Tianxing. He said, "Young Master Tianxing, you don't look like someone from Green Mountain City." He was obviously asking about Ji Tianxing's background. Ji Tianxing said expressionlessly, "I have been since yesterday." Yuan Jie was stunned. The smile on his face froze. This answer made him unable to ask any more questions. He was immediately silenced. He did not want to be snubbed. He saluted and said seriously, "Young Master Tianxing, please." Ji Tianxing returned the salute and said to Qi Huangji telepathically, "Don't worry about Yuan Jie. Just keep an eye on Yuan Tai." "Okay." Qi Huangji heaved a sigh of relief and replied telepathically. He had fought with Yuan Jie a few times and was beaten badly each time. He was already traumatized. Since Ji Tianxing had given him the order, he was completely relieved. In the next moment, Ji Tianxing made the first move. He threw out a dragon elephant fist with his left hand and blasted it toward Yuan Tai. He made a sword sign with his right hand and instantly shot out more than 75 colored sword lights, which enveloped Yuan Jie. Just in time. Yuan Jie shouted coldly. He held the golden sword with both hands and sent out sword lights that blotted out the sky. Yuan Tai also responded calmly. He used all his strength to slash out two giant swords that were thousands of feet long at the dragon elephant fist. Bam, bam, bam. The sky full of divine skill light collided and immediately let out a deafening sound. Then, an unbelievable scene appeared. Yuan Jie's sword aura that filled the sky was actually shattered into pieces by the five-colored sword aura, splashing out billions of pieces. The 70 or so five-colored sword lights were intact, and their power was still terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Jie's figure was drowned by the five-colored sword lights. Only then did Yuan Jie clearly sense that the five-colored sword lights contained at least 10 types of power of laws. He was shocked and revealed an expression of disbelief. His eyes also became extremely solemn. Bam, bam, bam. In a series of muffled sounds, Yuan Jie was hit by more than 70 swords. His figure flew out in a sorry state and landed dozens of miles away. At this moment, the two giant swords that Yuan Tai slashed out were also shattered by the dragon elephant fist. Immediately after, the dragon elephant fist descended from the sky and smashed into Yuan Tai. Kaboom! A thunderous sound exploded in the arena, causing the arena and the square to tremble. The arena space within 100 miles was also filled with 7-colored divine light. It was impossible to see clearly. After a moment, the 7-colored divine light dissipated. Only then did the crowd realize that the Yuan brothers, who were still brilliant and powerful, were actually injured and in a sorry state. Yuan Jie's robes were tattered, and his jade crown was broken. His long hair was loose and covered half of his face. There were more than 20 wounds on his body, and dark red blood kept gushing out, soaking his clothes. Even the corners of his mouth were dripping with blood. Yuan Tai's injuries were even worse. Not only was his armor distorted, but his entire body was curled up like a shrimp. He got up with difficulty and staggered as blood kept spurting out of his mouth and nose. Seeing this, the 5 aristocratic families and hundreds of thousands of people were dumbfounded. Qi Huangji was also stunned. He could not help but scratch his head and mumble, "This? I haven't even made a move, and the battle is already over?" Obviously, Yuan Jie was not the Feng brothers and would not admit defeat so easily. He stared coldly at Ji Tianxing and said in a low voice, "You are indeed qualified to be my opponent. I underestimated you. I will not be merciful anymore." Ji Tianxing said indifferently, "You no longer have a chance." As his voice fell, he slowly raised his palms and used all his strength to blast out 2 divine heavenly dragons. Chapter 2802. Heavenly Dragon Palm. Two dragon roars reverberated through the heavens. Two sacred heavenly dragons over 10,000 zhang long and glowing with golden light slammed toward Yuan Tai and Yuan Jie with an imperious aura. At that moment, the entire arena was filled with golden light. It was so blinding that people could not open their eyes. Even through the protective shield of the arena, the hundreds of thousands of people in the square could still feel the terrifying aura of the heavenly dragons. Countless people were fearful, and their faces were filled with awe. Many young women were worried for Yuan Jie, and their hearts were in their throats. Yuan Jie and Yuan Tai's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with horror. Even though they knew that the two heavenly dragons were not real and were only shadows formed by divine powers. However, the heavenly dragon's aura was too terrifying. Once they were hit, they would most likely be smashed to pieces. At the critical moment, the two brothers teleported back and desperately dodged. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the two of them teleported from the east side of the arena to the west side. However, the heavenly dragons locked onto their auras and teleported over as well. Swoosh! Dazzling golden light bloomed, and the two heavenly dragons instantly rushed above their heads and dived down. The two of them were about to be hit by the heavenly dragons. At the critical moment, Yuan Jie actually pounced toward Yuan Tai and joined forces to form a shield. After all, Yuan Tai's injuries were more serious. If he was hit by the heavenly dragons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kaboom! An earth-shattering explosion finally exploded in the arena. At that moment, the entire arena began to shake violently, and the large square also began to tremble. The people from the major families and hundreds of thousands of people stared at the arena without blinking, afraid that they would miss the most exciting scene. However, the arena was filled with divine golden light, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was not until 10 breaths later that the golden light gradually dissipated. At that moment, the battle had stopped. The outcome had been decided. Ji Tianxing stood in the arena and scathed. Qi Huangji was next to him, and his robe was as clean as new. After all, this guy had not fought yet. The entire battle did not have much to do with him. However, the fate of the Yuan brothers was unexpectedly tragic. Both of them were covered in blood, and their hair was disheveled. They were panting heavily. Yuan Jie could still stand. He used his sword to support himself on the ground, and his other arm was supporting Yuan Tai. Yuan Tai was severely injured and on the verge of passing out. After seeing the result, the people from the major families changed their expressions, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The second elder of the Lu clan, Lu Fei, Mu Yi, and the others frowned with unpleasant looks on their faces. As for the commoners in the square, they had long been stunned into silence. Everyone was silent for a while before they came to their senses. Then, deafening cries of surprise erupted from the square as countless people began to discuss wildly. "This is unbelievable! Yuan Jie actually lost. If I didn't see it, who would believe it?" Yuan Jie, who won 6 battles in a row, was actually defeated by the Qi family's consecrator. Furthermore, the Qi family's consecrator didn't use his divine weapon. He fought Yuan Jie and Yuan Tai alone. Who is that kid? Is he really not a divine lord? Despicable bastard. He actually injured Yuan Jie. Sisters, we will never forgive him. That kid ruined young Master Yuan's handsome face. He is our public enemy. The people in the square exclaimed and discussed. They rushed into the arena like a tsunami. Yuan Jie stood in the arena, but his eyes were unfocused, and his hearing was a little blurry. He was in a daze and could not hear what the people in the square were shouting. He still could not accept the result. I am the #1 genius of Green Mountain City. I can be ranked in the top 30 in the entire Bloodfire Divine Kingdom. How could I lose? I have the secret sword array and so many divine skills, but I didn't have the chance to use them. I can't accept this. Why is it like this? Yuan Jie murmured. His heart was filled with anger and humiliation. I crushed the 5 major families in the previous 6 competitions, and the people in the city worshipped me. Now that I lost, they are so emotional. They must be laughing at me and praising the Qi family's Huangji. What a bunch of fence-sitters. Yuan Jie sighed to himself. His eyes and heart were gloomy. Yuan Tai, who was on the verge of fainting, endured his injuries and reminded in a hoarse voice, "Young master, admit defeat. I can't hold on any longer." After saying this with difficulty, Yuan Tai closed his eyes and fell into a coma. Yuan Jie came back to his senses and quickly carried Yuan Tai out of the arena. He did not look at Ji Tianxing's expression. He could not admit defeat in front of the crowd. He could not afford to lose face. The most important thing now was to leave the arena and treat Yuan Tai's injuries. After the Yuan brothers left the arena, the vice city master announced loudly, "I declare that the Qi family wins the first battle." In fact, everyone saw the result. There was no need for him to announce it. The hundreds of thousands of people and people from the major families were still in shock. In the arena, Qi Huanji gave Ji Tianxing a thumbs up and said excitedly, "Young Master Tianxing, you are too amazing. That is Yuan Jie, the #1 genius of Green Mountain City. You fought 1 against 2, yet you only used 2 moves to defeat the 2 of them. You are too terrifying, too monstrous. From today onwards, you will be famous in 1 battle. It will not be long before your name spreads throughout Tianfeng County." Qi Huanji's face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes were full of admiration. Ji Tianxing only nodded slightly and did not say anything. Qi Huanji continued, "Before the battle, you asked me to keep an eye on Yuan Tai. I was still thinking about how to keep him busy without affecting your battle with Yuan Jie. I didn't expect that when you said keep an eye on him, you meant just keep an eye on him. I watched from the side, and you finished him off alone." Ji Tianxing was a little helpless. He explained, "You didn't misunderstand. I did ask you to keep Yuan Tai busy. Who would have thought that I would injure the 2 of them with just 1 move of probing? Since their strength is only SOSO, I'll end this quickly." Average? Qi Huanji's eyes widened. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone in Green Mountain City knows how powerful Brother Yuan is. Especially Yuan Jie. His talent and qualifications are almost in the top 30 of Blood Flame Divine Kingdom. I think you are the only one who is qualified to say that they are average. Ji Tianxing said calmly, "He is indeed average. He can't be called a genius. Of course, your fiancé is the same." Qi Huanji looked at him with a strange expression. He had completely lost his temper. "You are the most monstrous. Whatever you say is right. If it were trash like us, we would have been beaten to death if we dared to talk like you." Qi Huanji decided not to discuss this with him. His heart could not take it anymore. Chapter 2803. The discussion in the square did not stop. The people from the aristocratic families had complicated expressions as they secretly observed Ji Tianxing. Qi Huanji made a please gesture and said to Ji Tianxing, "Young Master Tianxing, let's go and rest for 2 hours." According to the rules of the martial arts competition, the winner could rest for 2 hours after the end of the battle. But what Qi Huanji did not expect was that Ji Tianxing was still standing in the same place and had no intention of leaving. "No, it's a waste of time." Qi Huanji was very surprised and asked doubtfully, "You must have used a lot of divine power in the battle just now. Aren't you going to meditate for a while?" Ji Tianxing asked rhetorically, "I only made 2 moves. Is that a battle?" Qi Huanji nodded as if he understood. "Well, you're a genius. Whatever you say is right." After hesitating for a moment, he continued to ask, "In that case, should I ask the deputy city governor to announce the second battle?" Ji Tianxing nodded. Then he added, "Go and rest. I can handle it alone." "Well," Qi Huanji's eyes dimmed and he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm still holding you back." Seeing that he was defeated, Ji Tianxing explained, "It's not that you're holding me back. I'm going to use a large-scale killing move next and I'm afraid that I'll hurt you by accident." Qi Huanji thought for a moment and blinked. "What's the difference? You still think I'm holding you back, don't you?" Ji Tianxing did not bother to explain more to him. He said expressionlessly, "Well, yes. Qi Huangji was completely helpless. He shook his head with a wry smile and turned to fly out of the arena. He stood in the sky and shouted to the Deputy City Governor, "Deputy City Governor, young Master Tianxing does not need to rest. He requests for the second battle." Qi Huangji's voice was very loud and clear. The moment he shouted, everyone in the square heard him clearly. Immediately, the noisy crowd of hundreds of thousands of people quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Tianxing. Their gazes were complicated and strange. Qi Huangji had just returned to the Qi family's convoy. Qi Tianlong asked, "Huangji, why did you retreat without a fight and leave Tianxing alone?" Qi Huangji hurriedly explained, "Young Master Tianxing said that he was going to use his ultimate move later and was afraid that he would accidentally injure me." Qi Tianlong was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, "You idiot, you don't understand what young Master Tianxing means. Yesterday, Mu Yi said that he would defeat and humiliate you in front of everyone in the Qi family's main hall. Mu Yi will definitely not let you off when you fight in the arena later. Young Master Tianxing asked you to retreat because he wanted to protect you. He didn't want you to get hurt." Qi Huangji was enlightened by his father's words, and he was deeply moved. "I didn't expect that young Master Tianxing would take such good care of me despite his cold exterior." Qi Tianlong reminded him in a timely manner, "It's your blessing to be friends with young Master Tianxing. From now on, you should follow young Master Tianxing and learn as much as you can." Qi Huangji hurriedly nodded in agreement. At this moment, the vice-governor announced expressionlessly, "At the request of the Qi family's honorary master, I announce the start of the second round of the competition. This battle will be the final battle of this martial arts competition. This battle is of great significance, so I hope that both sides will be cautious." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the Lu family. This was obviously a warning to the Lu family. After all, Ji Tianxing's performance was too arrogant and he even injured the Yuan brothers. The vice-governor was very angry, but he could not show it. He could only pin his hopes on the Lu family and hope that they could defeat Ji Tianxing. It would be best if they could beat him half to death. The Lu family's second elder understood his meaning and hurriedly warned Lu Fei and Mu Yi. Young Master Mu, the honorary master of the Qi family, is mysterious and powerful. In these 2 rounds he defeated his opponents with lightning-fast moves. You must be careful. As long as you can block his first 2 moves, you will be able to defeat his spirit." Lu Fei listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. However, Mu Yi impatiently waved his hand and interrupted the second elder. "I saw it clearly. I don't need you to remind me." The second elder was a little embarrassed, but he could only suppress his anger and smile apologetically. "Since young Master Mu is so confident, I am relieved. The master and honorary master, ye are still waiting for the good news of your victory at home. Don't worry. In a small place like Qingshan City, no one can defeat me," Mu Yi said confidently as he flew towards the arena with the divine sword in his arms. Lu Fei hurriedly followed. However, when he was halfway there, he heard Mu Ye's arrogant tone. "Lu Fei, you don't have to follow me. Stay there and watch the show." "Huh?" Lu Fei was stunned and frowned. Seeing that he was unwilling to go back, Mu Yi added, "If you go to the arena with me, not only will you not be of help, but you will also drag me down. Moreover, the honorary master of the Qi family will fight alone. How can I let you help me? If that's the case, even if I win, it will be an unfair victory. I want to defeat him fair and square and let him know the difference between a worm and a genius." After saying that, Mu Yi flew into the arena without looking back and landed in the middle of the field. Lu Fei was hesitant. He was in a dilemma and turned to look at the second elder. The second elder also heard Mu Ye's words. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Young master, come back. Since young Master Mu is so confident, let him go alone. Don't think that we can afford to offend him." "Okay." Lu Fei made up his mind and returned to the crowd to watch the fight. Meanwhile, in the arena, Ji Tianxing and Mu Yi were facing each other from a distance of 10 miles. Ji Tianxing looked indifferent. His eyes were calm and there was no murderous aura around him. However, his body contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Mu Ye's face was cold and his eyes were as sharp as swords. He looked at Ji Tianxing with disdain. "Kid, tell me your identity and background. Let's see if you're qualified to be my opponent." Ji Tianxing said expressionlessly, "I'm the honorary master of the Qi family, Tianxing." Mu Ye frowned and sneered. "Are you out of your mind? I'm asking about your real identity." Obviously, he thought that Ji Tianxing was a genius disciple of some sect like him. It was a pity that Ji Tianxing had not used his divine weapon or his trump card in the previous 2 battles. Mu Yi had been observing him, but he couldn't see through his background. He couldn't guess which sect he came from. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and sneered. "You're just a loser. You don't have the right to know my identity." Mu Ye's face was as cold as ice and his eyes were cold. He had always been confident and arrogant. He did not expect to meet someone who was even more arrogant. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Mu Yi roared. His body was covered in blood flames and he immediately drew his sword to attack Ji Tianxing. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.